Didn't realize that I actually hit the stream yet. Let's see here. Let's see. Almost fucking bought Alcoa. Give me just a bit here to get come on stream. I'm working on a post FOMC breakdown here. Just note this morning when the market opens that we are just above the gamma flip. Gamma flip's like right here. And there's like nothing below us here.
One minute till we get the market on open imbalance. Market on open imbalance. The S&P 500 a buy side of 491 million, Nasdaq 100 a buy side of 24 million, Dow 30 a buy side of 90 million, and the Magnificent 7 a buy side of 37 million. And Lagarde has concluded the ECB press conference.
Do you want to stay up to date with the latest and be on the bleeding edge of news for non-farm payrolls? Then sign up today and get our special offer of Financial Juice Pro for a year's worth of our service for the price of 1 month and save 92%.
Hoping that we can get I'd like to see if we can trade up here to like 130. $1,600. $20.
So OpenAI is in pact with US national labs.
Morning, John. How are you? Give me just a bit and I'll be on.
It's the Russell 2000 index now up 1.2%. According to CNN, Trump is expected to speak from the White House this morning.
Chase, Tesla hit their downside yesterday, brother. They hit the 70s, so I still see it hitting 40. Keep a close eye out here. You see this high right here? You see that high right over here? This this high last night. They're trying to sell us down on this high. You can see this one right here. Get this high. This was from the Wednesday. This from Wednesday at 4, or I think this was at what time? Hold on a second here. Yeah, there's the Tuesday high. So there's like a Tuesday high right here. Like this is a critical high right in here, right? Then we get another. This is like Tuesday at 5 p.m. This was 4 a.m. on Wednesday, right? It's like this one. This is in cash market. No, this wasn't in cash market. It's after cash market. No, just before. So like here's a cash market high right here on Tuesday. All right, this is Wednesday morning at 4 a.m. So they were like selling off here, selling off here. Got another one right in here at 4 a.m. again, and they're gonna try to keep us down in here. I really want the squeeze up here before any kind of potential roll. You can see it down here as well on Gamma. And the call wall came down this morning. It was higher. It was at 620. It's now come straight down here to 6,100. Something like that right there. Tuesday. There's the Tuesday. Right up in here. You can see it right in here. There. On the roll.
In 10 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the US pending home sales data for the month of December. Change month over month, forecast 0% on the prior 2.2%. The index saw a prior read of 79. And so some context to the CNN headline, as Trump is expected to speak at the White House this morning. This is Trump holding a plane crash briefing at 11 a.m. Eastern Time, according to the White House. Trump also to sign executive orders at 3 p.m. Eastern Time today.
Protect your trades from macro headline risk with Financial Juice Pro. Now only $99 a year for our real-time service.
All right, give me just a second here. Break time, be right back. All right, give me a second here. Show you this here, right in here. So we did a private stream yesterday. After the bell, after the reports that came out last night, I was trying to buy Microsoft yesterday. And there's a, let's take a look at, give me a second here. Let's see if we can take a look at this together. Here's the drop right here. This is, I believe this is 607.42 or something like that, like right in here. Tight here. We were chatting in the Discord this morning. Let's see if I can. Doug was talking about the cup and handle, or he was talking about mid caps with the cup and handle up in here. So the thesis here from Bulls is, let me see if I can get this here. Thesis here from Bulls is we get the cup and handle, right? We trade up here. And show it. Here's the high.
So in 5 minutes time now at the top of the hour, see the release of the US pending home sales change month over month, forecast 0% on the prior 2.2%, and the pending homes index saw a prior read of 79.
Like right in here, you want to see if we can catch the high. We need like that high right there to get that squeeze up there. If we fail to get it, there's like a bloodbath down here waiting for us. Right now we're getting it. We've got I think we just got the tick in here. We're like just underneath the tick right now. 605.98. Now we got it by 2 cents just then. So this is saying that we're going to go higher. We're going to squeeze right now. Hold on there. We got it by 2 pennies just then. So this talk that we had last night was about the gremlins in the market, right? So you get like, and someone said that I called them a gremlin last night. I'm like, no, you're not a gremlin. It's the computer programming, right? Like how the market trades, right, to the tick. You know, you hear people say like to the tick, and what they're implying is price likes to return to like the scene of the crime or to areas of interest in the past, and you want to see exactly what you want to see exactly if there's a failure at that tick or if we're breaking above that tick. We just got to break above for 2 pennies here, which implies that we're going to squeeze higher at this point, right? So I want to see that 607.43. Watch, they're going to try to come in here and sell this down. Like there's like sell pressure here, and there's sell pressure above at this 43. And if we fail here, you know, it's a bloodbath. It's really ugly. There's we have issues with like PCE tomorrow. We're going to go over that this morning. So there's like a bull trap here. Today, tomorrow, into Friday, possibly even trying to front run Trump, you know, tariffs and stuff like that. Excuse me. Let me show you this this gamma too. So here's SPX gamma. And you want to be watching this really closely, right? We start squeezing this up. And the question becomes, here's that 607.43 right up in here. So we get the nice squeeze up higher, and then some kind of a failure here. The call wall came down this morning from yesterday. It was higher at 6,200, I think. This morning it's lower, so there's like this pressure up in here to sell us all the way down to the depths of hell. We're going to talk about what could trigger that this morning. I'm not really bearish here, to be honest with you. We're starting to left tail a lot of this volatility, but the real danger here is this like violent move to the downside over here, and it's ugly. It's like way down here. So you got this low right here. You can't see it with this green box, but see that wick right here?
1 minute remaining. I'll leave.
And then it goes all the way down, like wham, right down to the put wall. Clean out all these puts. And then we're kind of free to go up again. And here's like, this is the 31st. And you get like Trump, you get like a bad PCE read. You guys see it now. So now the prevailing thesis is, or the prevailing bull thesis is that you come up on the cup and handle, whoop, and we're up and away and out of here. Into next week, like we're done with all this data that's coming out that Trump's going to not say anything to disrupt markets, that kind of stuff. So this is the bull thesis here, is we're going to escape and out of here. Sorry about that. But there is real danger here. So I wouldn't say necessarily be bearish here.
lower than forecast 0%. The index at 74.2, 74.2.
But wouldn't necessarily say, hey, be bearish here for this downside move. But what I would say would be this. If you are, sorry, hold on a second here. I'm going to turn this shit off. Can't listen to this fucking guy talk. Okay, so the critical or key part here is, the critical part about this is, I'm not necessarily bearish on this trade, but if you are a bull like I am, this is where you get caught. It's always in here. You kind of want to wait until you get the actual new high in the market, right? We always talk about that. You get the new high in the market, right? And you pull back down and confirm that that hourly trigger to show that strength and that escape velocity in the market, right? So we're out of here. We're in this trend right here, right? We're not in this trend, right? That's what you're trying to say. We're not in that trend. And in fact, what they can do is blast you right down in here and then woof to the downside. And this is the trend that we're currently in. We're in this downside move right now. We're not in this, or theoretically, we're not in this trend, back in this trend just yet. So I always like to see that, like, hey, this is what we're trending. We're trending this one, this one, this one, this one, and we're out of here. So do you guys understand what I'm saying here? I don't know if you do or don't, but at any rate, there's a fucking bull trap in here. A potential bull trap in here to send us to the downside and keep us in this downtrend that we're in. In the meantime, just until like the first of the month, trying to get new lows down here. So just be very, very conscious of this, and we'll see how this goes. But I'm telling you, they're up here. They're ready to trap us the fuck into Friday. And there's some other concern here that I want to talk to you about, which is the Fed meeting yesterday, the FOMC, that we need to take a look at here. So give me one quick second. We're going to go. And you can already see they're coming in trying to sell it already. And you really want that escape, right? Like you want to see like, boom, we're out of here. Boom, we're out of here. All-time high maybe on an Apple report. End of the day, great PCE numbers, and we're out. We're out of here. But that's not what's going on here. What's going on is we've got FOMC yesterday, where with a slightly hawkish Fed. Not only do we have a slightly hawkish Fed, but we've got under the surface speak yesterday from Jerome Powell that we need to discuss today. And also Jerome Powell said a few comments yesterday. Or made some commentary yesterday hinting at inflation and some bad PCE numbers that the market kind of shrugged off yesterday, but may need to price in. So we'll look at that right now. I'll read it off to you and explain it to you. So there's a bull trap. Just believe me, it's there. Well, like price action like this, it's not even just this week. It started like that. Let me explain how all this started. It's like this past summer, early summer, Biden was going to win. And then he, I don't know why the fuck. I don't know why he ever debated Trump. Or his people wanted him to debate Trump because it was clear as fucking day this guy couldn't be president, right? Let's be honest. And like, GS had him winning. All of Wall Street had him winning, and then of course we come into the debate, and like immediately Wall Street was like, Trump wins, right? And that was it, right? So there was a brief moment where Harris was ahead for like 2 weeks or something like that. And then Wall Street priced in a Trump win. And that was all through the rest of the summer into the election. Trump won. There was a Trump trade that was traded up into the election as well, right? And that thing printed, it was gangster. But if you look at the market from the election until today, it's been volatile, hasn't it? So someone's asking about this price action. And now we've got Trump as president, and you've got there's like two paths for the market that typically takes place. There's one where traders in Wall Street feel comfortable with policy. There's no real risk in policy. It's like we know what the policy is going to be. Policy right now with Trump is what? I'm thinking of. I have a plan of a plan. I'm thinking of a plan. And then each day of the week, we get an announcement, some kind of an announcement that matters to the market. And then by the end of the day, that policy is not really what was said, right? That policy changes within 12 hours. And so you get the first 100 days for Trump to decide or push whatever policy he wants. And there's a lot of talk right now, right? Trump came out yet where there was some discussion about Trump's statement yesterday in regards to the Biden so Biden's presidency, and then the dovishness from Jerome, and then now that Trump's president, you get the hawkish tone, like the switch as soon as the presidency changes. And there was some a speak yesterday that was I'll read it to you here in a few minutes, but I'm going to read it to you so you can digest it yourself and decide what you think it means. But there's more going on than is on the surface, at least from the Fed, in relation to Trump. So if you look at the markets from the election, from election day, and then the inauguration into today, you can see the expansion and volatility, right? And we've got FOMC meeting that's what we just had. We've got a lot of data coming out into the beginning of February that addresses some of that commentary yesterday that was being made by Jerome, and so it was a little bit more hawkish than on the surface. It looked like it was pause talk, right? It was like a little bit hawkish and a little bit dovish, but under the surface, it was more hawkish than it seemed. Cursory seemed. So, and we have data coming out. This morning we had a miss on GDP. We've got PCE. We've got a bunch of inflation, employment data that rolls out. And we've got the threat of Trump, or the White House Wall Street tried to say, they're not gonna do any tariff stuff until July 1 with Canada and Mexico. And the White House immediately came out and said, no. We want that. We want on the table that we can threaten and also implement tariffs on February 1st. And today's the 30th. So you have to sit on your hands and wait. You really, truly, if you're a bull, you really should be. I'm going to sit back, let this stuff come out, and let the market digest this information. Like, digest what the Fed's policy is with the new president. Digest what Trump's implemented policy is, not what he says, but what he actually implements. We had this morning GDP growth rate. We've got on Friday, we've got core PCE. That's a big report, right? That's tomorrow morning at 8:30. We have Apple reporting after the bell today. We've got personal income month over month, personal spending month over month tomorrow. We have ISM manufacturing on Monday at 10 a.m. We've got JOLTS on Tuesday at 10 a.m. We've got ISM services PMI on Wednesday. We've got new flows coming into the market the first week of February. These new flows want a good price, right? We've got non-farms on the 7th. We've got unemployment rate on the 7th on next Friday. We've got Michigan consumer sentiment at 10 a.m. on the 7th. We've got on the 12th, core inflation month over month, year over year, the inflation rate month over month, year over year on the 12th. We've got PPI on the 13th. So we've got all of these moving parts, and we've got all these moving parts. Do I think it's all negative? No. Do I think it's going to be earth shattering, destroy the stock market or crash or any of that kind of stuff? No, I don't. But the market prices in volatility. whether it's realized or not. And you can see that the market, you can see it right in the price action, right? Market is wrapped up and tied in all of this constant fucking 12-hour news cycle and this constant, we're going to do this. No, we're not doing that. We're not going to do this. Now we're going to do that. I think yesterday Trump did something where he turned the money faucet back on or something last night. It's just like, well, what the fuck is going on? This stuff matters, right? It really does. It matters to our economy. It matters to inflation, unemployment, and the general economic conditions that are out there. So markets just wound up, back and forth, back and forth. The good news here, though, is regardless of that, if that volatility is realized or not, this fucking market's going to explode to the upside once we get through all of this. So as we go from that left tail and move into that right tail, regardless of where we are, if price is parked right here, or if price is lower, it ain't gonna matter. Poof, it's behind us. So we should leave some of that volatility behind as we enter the first couple weeks of the month. It's like ripping a Band-Aid off, right? Hurts, and then it no longer it hurts. I'm gonna go out there and I'm play again until I cut my knees once more. That's not true. You guys don't know what you're talking about. Stop talking. That this shit comes from fucking Bloomberg terminals. You guys are just blowing smoke. This was always gonna win. It's not what Wall Street thinks. Wall Street. I'm with what I hear this mantra out there. This was going to happen, this was always going to happen, and I don't believe that. Or I hear oftentimes, how often are the banks wrong? From my experience, they're never wrong. They're always fucking right. 99% of the time, they're calling it right as it moves. I hear that on Twitter, too. They're always wrong. I'm no, they just tell you bullshit publicly, but behind the scenes, they know exactly what the fuck is going on. Or at least on a Bloomberg terminal, that's what I see. So... I guess what I'm seeing is different than what you're seeing, or what you're reading is what I'm reading, and what you're reading is different. Whatever. Okay. So today, hopefully we can squeeze up, grind higher. We got a nice tick up here. We beat this prior high right here. I think this prior high was at 605.95, and we tagged 605. That looks like 98, 2 pennies. So this looks kind of bullish still. Definitely open to the upside. I want to see that upside target. But remain hedged is the point here. I don't think you should be bearish or looking for a crash or anything. But I think that if you are hedged, you leave your hedge on for, hey, we wake up on Friday morning and we're bloodbathing it again, right? We've had those moments, haven't we? We had a moment in December where we woke up in the morning, we bloodbathed down. Last Friday, last Friday into the close, heading into Sunday and Monday, we said that, right? We said, watch out over the weekend. We wake up on a Monday or Tuesday and we're racing to the downside. And that's what we did, right? And you don't want to be caught in that. So until this volatility passes, be aware of those moves. Just be aware of more lows on their way, or at least the market is positioned for it. Let me read a couple of things to you here. Fed pivots to wait and see, keeps rates at 4.25 to 4.5%, restarts inflation worries, QT continues, and labor market conditions are no longer easing. The reasons for further rate cuts, dropping inflation, weakening labor market vanished pretty hawkish. The FOMC voted unanimously today to keep the Fed's 5 policy rates unchanged. Side air. That over here. as widely telegraphed after 100 basis points in cuts over the past 3 meetings. Target range for federal funds rate at 4.25 to 4.5%. Interest it pays the banks on reserves at 4.4%. Interest it pays on overnight reverse repos on RRPs at 4.25%. Interest it charges on overnight repos at 4.5%. Interest it charges banks to borrow at the discount window at 4.5%. A month ago at the December meeting, the Fed had shaken up markets with the FOMC statement, press conference, and projection materials that had pushed back against rate cut expectations for 2025. The median projection of the FOMC members indicated only 50 basis points in cuts all year, in the face of reheating inflation. That had caused Powell to lament at the presser, quote, "We still have work to do, though is how we're looking at it, and we need policy to remain restrictive to get that work done, we think." He then threw doubts on those 2 rate cuts in 2025. Since then, the Consumer Price Index for December, released in mid-January, has accelerated further, with the month-to-month CPI accelerating to 4.8% annualized, the worst increase since February, with the 3-month CPI accelerating to 3.9% annualized, the worst increase since April, and with the year-over-year CPI accelerating to 2.9%, the worst increase since July. The PCE price index for December, which the Fed favors, listen closely here, will be released at the end of this week. It's tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. The labor market has been relatively solid, though it has cooled from its overheated state after the pandemic. A weakening labor market would provide urgency for rate cuts, but that's not the case. That was the case briefly over the summer, which had triggered the 50 basis point cut in September. But that data was upwardly revised, and the data points that followed were decent, and turns out the labor market is just fine. With inflation accelerating again and the labor market on reasonably solid footing, the Fed pivoted back to wait and see. QT continues. The Fed had already shed $2.11 trillion in assets since it started QT in July of 2022. And according to the FOMC's implementation notes today, will continue to shed Treasury securities and MBS as outlined in May. It was also a no dot plot meeting. Today was one of the 4 meetings a year when the FOMC does not release SEPs, right? Summary of Economic Projections, which includes the infamous dot plot, which shows how each FOMC member sees the development of future policy rates. SEP releases occur at meetings that are near the end of the quarter. The next SEP will be released on March 19th after the FOMC meeting. What changed? And remember, we're looking for a trade into late March. We are looking for that trade in late March and then a sell into early mid-May, or mid to late April. So this would line up. I think I gave you a date of the 22nd or something of March. So the 19th would be that, pretty much the 19th would be that, that target area, right around that FOMC meeting. What changed in the FOMC's statement? New. The unemployment rate has stabilized at a low level in recent months, and the labor market conditions remain solid, right? That's good to hear. The old statement was, since earlier in the year, labor market conditions have generally eased, and the unemployment rate has moved up but remains low. The meaning is that the labor market conditions are no longer easing. Labor market conditions are no longer easing. New verbiage, inflation remains somewhat elevated. The old verbiage was, inflation has made progress towards the committee's 2% objective, but remains somewhat elevated. The meaning is that there's no more progress towards the 2% objective. as inflation has been rising recently. The new verbiage is decided to maintain the target range for the federal funds rate at 4.25% to 4.5%. The old verbiage was decided to lower the target range for the Fed funds rate by 1/4 percentage point to 4.25% and 4.5%. Hold on one second here. The whole statement. No, I'm not going to read you the whole statement here. It's not too long. Yeah, I'm not going to read. We already heard the rest of this stuff yesterday. So I'm going to read some of the comments to what I just read to you. The commentary says, someone at the top is not going to like this, especially since he's been going around demanding lower interest rates. We'll get my popcorn ready. Push comes to shove. I expect only one will come out with what he wants. Too bad. Looks like my T-bill and chill strategy will have to change soon. Wolf comes out and says, hold on a second. He says, would that someone be the same guy who decided last week that government statistics could not be published until one of his political appointees reviewed them? Someone else comments, even if the FOMC were able to resist political pressure to lower rates this year, vacancies start opening up in 2026. President Trump will be able to appoint a new governor next January, a new chair in May, and a new vice chair for supervision in July. If he wanted to appoint doves who are hell-bent on easing no matter the economic data, the only remaining checks on his power are the Senate and, finally, Treasury investors. Richter responded to this comment saying, if Trump does this, the result will be called Trumpflation, and people are going to hate it, just like they hated Bidenflation. Americans hate inflation. Biden got trounced in part because of inflation. The response to that was, the issue is that inflation increases and declines with big delay after bad decisions. People hate inflation, but often fail to make connections between long-term cause and effect, often blaming the wrong people. By the way, government budget deficit is also a huge inflation contributor, and no politician talks about realistic ways to reduce it. Now, Richter goes on to say, or this Rosario Dave says, I wish you were asking questions to Powell, especially after he said, the last two reports have been good. You said since then, the Consumer Price Index for December, released in mid-January, has accelerated further, with month-to-month CPI accelerating to 4.8% annualized, the worst increase since February, with 3-month CPI accelerating to 3.9% annualized, the worst increase since April. With the year-over-year CPI accelerating 2.9%, the worst increase since July. So inflation, hot topic, right? And Wolf's response to that was, yes, that was kind of funny. Maybe he misspoke. He even gave estimates of December PCE inflation to be released on Friday, tomorrow morning, which were not at all good. Overall PCE price index plus 2.6%, up from 2.4% in November. Core PCE price index plus 2.8%, also 2.8% in November. So there was nothing good about his PCE comment. His other comments on inflation didn't include good either, but noted that inflation was elevated too high and hasn't gone down further recently, but that they hoped it would eventually come down further. He said many times, including when challenged on a March rate cut, policy is in a good position. We're in no hurry to make adjustments. This essentially took the March cut off the table if inflation in the labor market stays as it is. If inflation continues to accelerate, it means that this is not certain, of course. Inflation has come down a lot and could go down again, that the Fed's stash of hopium will eventually run out, and then you'll see rate hikes reappear on the menu. So let's think about this for a minute. You've got some Fed meetings between now and March 19, We have inflation reports that'll come out, and you start to put together data for 3 months of data here. Already have 3 months of data showing an increase in inflation. If we now it can go down, but if we see inflation rise periodically up into that March meeting, January, February, March, and you still have Powell in the chair position, and he slams the market with a rate hike. The talk is already there. The verbiage is changing to the ability to give a rate hike in March or in sometime in summer. So if you're looking for these two moments this year to look for a dip to buy, if inflation starts to rage, let's say, right? Like that April downside move, or maybe this July downside move, could be tied into rate hikes before Trump's able to replace some of these roles, right? He can't start replacing these people until midsummer, and then into the end of the year, of course, which Trump wants, right? Trump wants this easing to take place. He's been very vocal about that, and he made a statement yesterday about that too, right? So these things, all these things are kind of like lining up here for a fight over inflation. But this is if inflation rises. So you want to be paying very close attention to these employment numbers, these inflation numbers as we head into summertime, as they could be inflection points in the market for downside moves, depending upon Fed policy. I already see the headline, stocks tumble as rates held steady. The indices are nearly flat on the day. J. Powell must have said something markets like too. Any little dip is being erased. Bitcoin is up a few percent. The rates will stay high, either interest, inflation, or all of the above for longer. Richter went on to say to that comment, the bond market reacted favorably to the Fed's renewed focus on inflation. The bond market needs confidence that inflation will go down and stay low for the term of the bond. A vigilant Fed is good for bonds, lower yields. A laxist Fed is bad for bonds, higher yields. The Fed's renewed focus on inflation may be the Fed's way of trying to contain the surge of long-term yields. There was another thing Powell said today, right up front in that vein. The Fed will not review its 2% inflation target during its current discussions of its monetary policy framework, which it does every 5 years. This moved again the issue of raising the inflation target off the table. Raising the inflation target would be a horror show for the bond market. And then this other guy says, you mean the 2% target? They have now been well above for almost 4 years. Let's face it. Actions speak louder than words. The Fed can say whatever they wish. The new normal is higher inflation, and it might last several more years at this rate. Wolf's response to that was, the new normal is higher inflation, and it might last several more years at this rate. This is a quote of the above comment. Said, yes, exactly, but Wall Street has been clamoring for the Fed to raise its target to where inflation is so that the Fed quits being hawkish. Wall Street isn't going to get what it wants. The target remains at 2%, and inflation does what it does, higher forever, while the Fed keeps trying to keep it from going too high. So the target stays at 2%, inflation stays in the range of 3 to 5%, and policy rates stay in the range of 3.5 to 5.5%. And we're right in the middle of that right now, right? Like for many years. I'm just making this up, obviously, but this is a possible scenario. And this is that soft landing, right? You get in this like soft landing area with inflation. You're not quite hitting that 2%. You're just above it. And Powell made commentary yesterday, if you remember, just before we went into COVID, he said, we didn't mind letting it run a little bit hot. We don't mind it when it runs hot. So there's this idea, basically what's being said here is, you got the inflation that went bananas, right? And the target, let's say, is target's like right here, and we're coming down now, We get the 50 BPS cuts. All of a sudden, boom, gets erased, bounces back up, and it's doing this right now. And you heard commentary from journalists that were like, what about 2%? What about your target down here of 2%? And Jerome's like, yeah, you know, we say 2%, and once we're down here, we kind of like it fucking around over here. And there's a reason he wants that, too. Powell knows that if you got a 2% target and you slam into it, one of two things is going to happen. We're either going to blast through it, which creates what? Stagflation, right? Typically we hit like stagflation type environment, right? Or we bounce and it's like rocket ship, right? Bye-bye bull market at some point. So this zone right here is kind of where Powell, or even the FOMC in general, likes it, right? That floating around, not quite getting to target and not allowing it to rage out of control. So the commenter says, I believe the new Treasury Secretary wants to normalize issuance, fewer bills and more coupons, but this could put upward pressure on the long end of the curve. 4.25% risk-free and work-free seems like a better deal than becoming a landlord right now. Wolf went on to say, this reminds me there has been some discussion. Open that up for you. Sorry about that. Coming down into the gamma flip currently. There's been some discussion at the Fed in 2024 about replacing maturing notes, bonds, and MBS pass-through principal payments with T-bills, which we discussed here. So the Fed would walk away further from notes and bonds and MBS, but absorb a lot of T-bills just to get back to how it used to be. Balance sheet of mostly T-bills. Over time, something like $4 trillion in T-bills might end up on the Fed's balance sheet after $1 trillion of additional QT. And if it replaced most of its remaining notes, bonds, and MBS with T-bills. But there are only about $6.5 trillion in T-bills out there right now, so the Treasury would need to issue a lot more T-bills to accommodate this $4 trillion in new demand over time. The Fed would walk away from notes and bonds, but issuance of notes and bonds would also be lower by $4 trillion in favor of T-bills. QE messed things up royally. It will take years to clean up. And during that time, there will be lots of shifts with quirky results. Another commenter asked, when will the Fed begin using real-time shelter costs? Inflation figures are overstated due to the way they factor these in. Wolf Richter responded, bullshit, CPI, PCE, and therefore the Fed, which looks at CPI and PCE, use the metric for rent that tracks the actual rents. We talked about this in the show already. The actual rents. We talked about this yesterday, by the way, too. The actual rents that tenants are actually paying in a large set of housing units, multifamily and single family, and how those actual rents change over time. The large sample of housing units around the U.S. stays the same, while tenants change. So you get an accurate measure of actual rents being paid by actual tenants in the same housing units over time. With your real-time shelter costs, I suppose you're referring to asking rents on vacant housing units on the market as tracked by Zumper, Apartment List, Zillow, etc. But by definition, no tenant paid those asking rents because these are vacant units without tenants. It's what landlords want to collect for their units. Asking rents exploded a few years ago. Remember the conversation we had yesterday? You know, like yesterday, it's like, oh, the kids can't afford it. And it's like, no. You guys probably know that I track unoccupied units. And I'm tracking them to find out if they're real units, believe it or not, or if they're just unoccupied. A lot of listings on like Zillow go unoccupied for years. And you'll see like, and they're wild. They'll be like, I want $6,000 for this apartment. or this condo in a development where the actual rents are like $3,000, $3,500. And so we get this like warped sense of what the true rent is for these buildings. And these are like I don't know if they're like zombie houses, almost like they're like zombie houses of some kind. Like they just never get rented out. The asks are through the roof, and they warp the sense of what shelter costs actually are. But by definition, no tenant pays those asking rents because these are vacant units without tenants. It's what landlords want to collect for their units. Asking rents exploded a few years ago, but actual rents moved up more slowly and not nearly as far because actual tenants didn't pay rent on vacant units. Asking rents are just an imaginary, fanciful landlord figure, and that's fine. But using asking rents in inflation measures is a sign of cerebral malfunction. He's being kind of nice there, huh? Oh man, that's nasty. That is fucking brutal. It's clearing price that matters, not the asking price. But rent inflation isn't the clearing price. Rent inflation is the rent increase that all tenants experience, not just tenants that moved into a new rental. Rent inflation includes rent-controlled units. It includes tenants that have lived in the same rental for decades. It includes all rentals that have tenants in them that are paying rent. What else do we got here? So one guy said, overheard a lady the other day saying that 18 eggs at Wally World were $11. She then followed that statement with, no wonder people steal. Now eggs might be somewhat of a special case, but I do shop a lot, as most of you do, and groceries are very expensive. In one store, I saw a 12-ounce package of coffee, not organic, from Vietnam for $18.50. I almost fell over. Richter responded with, I buy 3 pounds of Colombian Supremo whole bean dark roast, which I love, for about $14 at Costco. That's $4.70 a pound. You can easily spend $100 a pound for coffee if you try. I've seen stories of specialty coffee for over $1,000 a pound, but it's up to you. I like to buy 3 pounds of coffee I love for $14 or about $4.67 a pound. It's just like you can spend $120,000 for a pickup truck if you wish, but you don't have to. Reading some stuff about tariffs here. Wolf goes on. That's a bunch of anti-tariff lies and bullshit you're spreading that Fox News concocted for you to spread. Don't buy Colombian coffee if someone tries to rip you off. Colombia with an O. Tariffs apply to the cost of raw coffee beans purchased in Colombia in bulk. The cost of raw coffee beans in Colombia is a few cents per cut. That's what the 25% tariff would be applied to, 25% of a few cents. So maybe 1 cent per cup. That would be the net impact of tariffs. Transportation costs and prices. The costs and prices and profits of U.S. roasters, middlemen, and retailers are not tariffed, nor are the costs, prices, and profits of cafes. So if you apply 25% tariff on bulk raw coffee beans priced in Colombia at the source, it might come out to about 1 cent per cup. I'm in agreement with Richter on this. Anti-tariff lies and bullshit spread by the media in the U.S. and then spread further in the comments here are getting to ridiculous levels. So you get this like Trump tariff, right, that comes out on the 1st or 2nd, right, and you get a knee-jerk reaction from the markets. Oh boy, Trump just tariffed Canada and Mexico 25%. So you get this knee-jerk reaction to the downside, but then the market recovers, right? Market recovers, and you go, wait a minute, you just had 25% tariffs. How can the market climb higher? It's like Chase, if you're listening right now. if you're looking for that like permanent market bloodbath, right? That persistent market directional change, crash, end of the market, top is in. It's probably not true, man. It's probably not true. Like you get the knee-jerk reaction down. You get the knee-jerk reaction down on rate hikes. You get let's say we get 25 basis point hike either in March or let's say June, July, somewhere in that time area. And you're thinking, the top is in. The tariffs are going to destroy the economy. It's going to destroy the stock market. You might get that knee-jerk reaction, but is it permanent? Probably not. So Wolf's speaking here about what tariffs would actually translate to and how much you're paying for your goods from these other countries. In this case, Colombia, but you can apply this to Mexico as well as Canada. He goes on another article to say Powell is in no hurry to cut, need to see further progress on inflation, no timeline to end QT, not even close. Companies figured out they do like to raise prices. But we also hear a lot from companies these days that consumers have really had it with price increases. At the press conference yesterday, following the meeting with the Fed pivoted to wait and see, Powell was asked multiple times from various angles about future rate cuts. We saw that yesterday, right? There was we were watching the presser with the in the news conference, the press conference, and you kept seeing reporters like they're looking for like a gotcha moment, like there's like this gotcha moment that they're waiting for from Powell. At the press conference following the meeting, right, Powell was asked multiple times from various angles about future rate cuts. In responding, and even on his own, when not responding, Powell mentioned 5 times some version of, we do not need to be in a hurry to cut. And 8 times a version of, we need to see further progress on inflation before cutting. For example, quote, with our policy stance significantly less restrictive than it has been in the economy remaining strong, we do not need to be in a hurry to adjust our policy stance. This is the definition of wait and see. When asked if a March cut is still on the table, the answer from Powell was, the broad sense of the committee is we don't need to be in a hurry to adjust the policy stance. Your second question was, that was funny when he did that, by the way. He nailed it with this one. The inflationary tug of war right now, quote, we just came through a high inflation period. You can argue that both ways. Companies have figured out they do like to raise prices. But we also hear a lot from companies these days that consumers have really had it with price increases. So I don't know how that shakes out. Our policy is working. Our policy stance is very well calibrated to balance the achievement of our 2 goals. We want the policy to be restrictive enough to continue to foster further progress towards our 2% inflation goal. At the same time, we don't need to see further weakening in the labor markets to achieve that goal. That is kind of what we have been getting. But we're not there yet. We would want to see further progress. We think our policy stance is restrictive, meaningfully restrictive. Not highly restrictive, but meaningfully restrictive. So I think we need to see further progress. Inflation on top again. Quote, we want the policy to be restrictive enough to continue to foster further progress towards our 2% inflation goal. At the same time, we don't need to see further weakening in the labor market to achieve that goal. Then he went on to say it again. You can take away from all of this, we remain committed to achieving our 2% inflation goal sustainably. I think when he said that, he actually read that from his paper that he had in front of him, his press release. He's like, wait a minute, I'm going to read this to you from the presser. No timeline to end QT, not even close. When asked if the Fed discussed at this meeting a timeline for ending QT, he brushed it off. Remember, the purpose of the Fed's QT is to bring reserves down, but reserves haven't dropped since QT started. All QT has come out of on RRPs so far. On RRPs have dropped by 2 trillion and are down to 100 billion, but reserves are still untouched at 3.3 trillion and might need to drop by 1 trillion or more before they're down to the Fed's goal of just ample, which is below abundant. And currently reserves are still abundant. When money market rates, such as the effective federal funds rate and the secured overnight financing rate, that's the EFFR and SOFR, become jumpy and surge during regular trading away from quarter end or year end turbulence, then this would be one of the signs. Let me say that to you again here. That would be one of let me say this one more time to you. When the money market rates, such as the effective federal funds rate and the secured overnight financing rate, become jumpy and surge during regular trading away from quarter end or year-end turbulence, then this would be one of the signs that the reserves approaches ample. But this has not happened yet. So here is what Powell said in response to the question about a timeline to end QT. Reserves remain roughly as high as they were when runoff QT began, and the federal funds rate has remained steady in the target range. We track a bunch of metrics, and they do tend to point to reserves being abundant. We intend to reduce the size of the balance sheet to a level where we can manage it efficiently and effectively in the ample reserves regime. We are monitoring a range of indicators to assess conditions that could be somewhat above ample. I don't have anything to say to you about particular dates. That is the process, and what we see is that reserves do appear to be abundant. On high stocks, this is for you, Chase. On high stock prices as a reason for not cutting rates further. When asked if relatively high stock market valuations factor into the rate decision, he said, quote, "We look at it from a financial stability perspective. Asset prices generally, along with things like leverage in the household sector, leverage in the banking system, funding risks for banks, and things like that, yes, I would say asset prices are elevated by many metrics right now. A good part of that, of course, is that things around tech and AI, or a good part of that, of course, is this thing around tech and AI. We look at that mainly from a financial stability perspective." So the question becomes, can we let her rip? Quote, "There is a lot of resilience. Banks have high capital. And ready? And households overall are in pretty good shape." This is Fed Chair Powell. "And overall, households overall are in pretty good shape financially these days." So that is how we think about that high stock price. So right now everything is good, right? Banks have money. Banks are increasing credit lines, right? People have money. Household consumer is doing well in the face of the what? In the face of the dogmatic zeitgeist, the drivel that's pushed, right? Banks are doomed. Not really the case. Their stocks are cranking, aren't they? And money is flowing, isn't it? And people they're getting paid. So we have high stock valuations, but does that seem abnormal? Probably not, right? So Jerome's not concerned at this moment at all on waiting to see the administration's policies. And this is what we're walking into right now, right? And we're walking into everyone's fearful of tariffs or policy that hasn't been implemented. None of the stuff that you read about out there. It's like everyone rages at 9 a.m. and then comes around later in the night and it didn't get implemented, did it? Or it didn't impact like people thought it would impact. The committee is very much in the mode of waiting to see what policies are enacted. That was Fed Chair Powell. Waiting to see. And that's really what looks like the market is doing right now, right? Wait and see. What's real, what's fake, what's meant to piss you off or make you happy. But in reality, there's not much policy that's been implemented that's that much different at this point. So the committee is very much in the mode of waiting to see what policies are enacted. We don't know what will happen with tariffs. We don't know. This is Jerome Powell. What will happen with immigration, with fiscal policy, with regulatory policy. We are only just beginning to see and are not beginning to see much. This is Jerome Powell. I think we need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make a plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. Let me say that again to you. It's from Jerome Powell yesterday. The committee is very much in the mode of waiting to see what policies are actually enacted. We don't know what will happen with tariffs, immigration, with fiscal policy, and with regulatory policy. We are only just beginning to see and are actually not beginning to see much. I think we need to let those policies be articulated before we can even begin to make plausible assessment of what their implications for the economy will be. That's probably one of the most rational fucking statements as it pertains to your Wall Street hat. In a sea of fucking garbage, it's probably the most rational thing you could say. And logical, based in actual reality statements that you could make. That's what normal people think. It's what like rational, pragmatic, normal people think. So Powell goes on to say, so we are watching carefully, as we always do. This is no different than any other set of policy changes at the beginning of an administration. Listen to that. Last week I was looking at executive orders that were signed in presidencies, and if they're all doing them, fucking Obama's got like 280, fucking Biden's got like 220, like Trump's out there writing a bunch of fucking executive orders. Everybody's up in fucking arms, right? And it's normal. So he goes on to say, I'll restate this. He says, so we are watching carefully, as we always do. This is no different than any other set of policy changes at the beginning of an administration. We will patiently watch and understand and, kind of not be in a hurry to get to a place of understanding what our policy response should be until we see how it plays out. So what are you seeing in the stock market right now? If you look at the election, if you look at after the inauguration, if you look at this FOMC meeting, if you look at what's coming down the pike into the next week or two, right? Mid-February. And he's being bombarded with questions from reporters yesterday, like a gotcha moment. Like, hey, man, we're on the news and we're just like pumping bullshit out all day long. And then you're not on Twitter? You're not on Reddit? You're not on StockTwits? You're not on, this and that? Paul's like, you're all fucking crazy. Dude, chill. Sit down over there. And then we'll just digest it all. And there's nothing to digest at this moment. Nothing worth digesting at this moment. There's a comment here. So Powell is in no hurry to take away the punch through QT. Guess he loves watching the drunken sailors engaging in huge blockchain orgies. Another commenter goes on to say, March is most likely a pass as well, but will firm up, or we see chatter die out for a May rate hike. If headline moves up to 3.2%, they won't be able to sit around another 3 to 5 months twitting their thumbs, acting like inflation version 2.0 is transitory. This will also align nicely with the first 100 days of Trump's roaring start, giving the Fed an idea how and when policy will begin to impact inflation either up or down. Another commenter goes on to say, at the current rate of QT, who would think we're close? Wolf Richter's response to that was, Wall Street, you have not been paying attention. Oh, God, it's so funny. That's all I've got for this stuff. So there's not much to see here from this FOMC meeting. I guess the takeaway from yesterday would be keep your eyes on inflation. Keep your eyes on the unemployment numbers. Keep your eyes on unemployment numbers, jobs, inflation, and we've got that data set coming out this week or over the next 2 weeks into mid-February. We also have Trump coming out with possible tariffs. Maybe we see a knee-jerk reaction. There was some implication that PCE numbers might be horrible tomorrow. A little bit of blood right now in S&P 500, just fading or trading sideways and fading, grinding sideways. Not much movement today in S&P 500. And that's all I've got. So slightly more hawkish Fed. They'll monitor inflation. Get ready for a rate hike in the next 3 to 6 months if the data does not improve. SPY trading down to close the gap. The gamma flip is right here. Somewhere in here. I think this might be the flip right here. This is the flip. This is the gap close. You get your own coffee for $7 a pound. My wife found, I'll find out what she got. My wife found coffee this week for $3.60, and it was good coffee. It wasn't like Maxwell House or Sanka. Well, I don't know if it's Sanka or whatever, but Where's Dan? Is Dan around? Dan, are you watching the show? Get inside the Discord chat. You're at work? Oh my god. Hold on one second, guys. Sorry, I'm talking to somebody in the Discord. God damn it. Fuck. Why I don't fucking hold on a second. I'm just ribbing you, brother. Play the Doom music. I think we're going to bounce down here. I think we bounce right here, but there's a little bit more to go down here. Oh, let's watch this one right here. Right here. See if we can get that last little down. This is the actual gamma flip too right here. Kind of hard for me to find the exact gamma flip on SPY. Nope. 685. God damn it. I shouldn't have said anything. I shouldn't have said fucking anything. Hold on one second here. Let me go through here. I gotta check some stuff here. Initial claims 207,000 versus 224,000. The expected was 223,000. Western Digital missed Q2 earnings by 1 penny per share. What else I got here? Caterpillar is down today, 5.6%. God damn it, American Airlines. Fucking American Airlines. Oh. Why can't you just say the helicopter hit the jet instead of like the jet hit the helicopter? Las Vegas Sands missed earnings. Expectations with beats revenue estimates. Stock up 6.5%. Meta beats earnings, revs. Q1 guidance in line. Stock up 1.9%. I thought the Microsoft was a good buy. I'm starting to fucking load up right now too. I think if we can get like 80, if we can get 85, I think I would buy some SPY. We're blooding Microsoft blooding back down right now, trading 414.62. Had a nice squeeze up into the open today, but they're in fucking. They don't look good right now. They look unhealthy. Microsoft looks like Bigfoot's dick right now. Apple being sold off a high right now, too. It's kind of like the cliff here for SPY, isn't it? We're going to find the fuck out right here. That looks nasty, doesn't it? Woo! Woo! Want some bear doom? Whoa! Whoa! Look at that. Let me show you guys this. Oh, baby. Chase. Are you here, Chase? Oh, look at that, brother. Is that what you're looking for? Oh, man. We're like right on the cliff right now, too. Woo-wee. Staring into the great abyss right now. Nothing but a black chasm down there. No, there ain't nothing down there. Air pockets. This is like the island right here. Yeah, we could potentially, theoretically, we could go down like this and straight back up. Whoopsie. But if like Trump comes out and says anything, fucking elevator down right now. Yeah, Bigfoot's dick pattern. Like we're standing right on the edge right here. I'll be rich as fuck if we blast down. If we blast down to 90 and 85, I'm going to be rich today. I'm not lying. There's a bear out there right now watching this, and he's like, "Oh, please do it." Oh, there we go. There we go. Come on back, baby. No bears in here today? Am I the only fucking bear? Dude, I'm a fucking bull. Oh no, I didn't want that. Hold on a second here. Basement Bob. Hold on, let me go over to the Pro Trader pit. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yes. Die, spy, die. Oh, dude, you're at Crystal Mountain Pod? You dirty dog. Trader Podcast is in the and is inside. Trader Podcast is inside the Pro Trader pit right now. Trader Podcast is in the lodge. I do that. Oh God, Spoos, what are you doing? I just shit posted on Twitter. Die spy, die, die, die. Drug language. No. Crystal's a ski mountain in Michigan, northern Michigan. Targeting 590. Oh no. Give me one quick second, guys. I'm talking to Trader Podcast inside the Discord. I got something special. I got something special. Hold on here. You guys want something special today? It's not Friday, is it? Hold on here. If you're a pro trader and you're watching the show, I have something for you guys. Trump is on right now. I'll put him on. If you're a mentor, admin, moderator, anything like that, so you can find Trump talking here. We're squeezing right now. Fuck is this? Is this live or what?
To wipe away the tears and to offer you our devotion, our love, and our support, his great support. In moments like this, the differences between America.
Thanks for letting me know that he's talking.
Compared to the bonds of affection and loyalty that unite us all, both as Americans and even as nations. We are one family, and today we are all heartbroken.
Jesus Christ. Look at American Airlines. I own this stock too.
Icy Potomac. It was a cold, cold night, cold water. We're all overcome with the grief for many who have so tragically perished, will no longer be with us. Together we take solace in the night ended not in the cold waters of the Potomac, but in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now. Because over the years I've watched as things like this happen, and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later, they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred, and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. The FAA and the NTSB and the U.S. military will be carrying out systematic and comprehensive.
Says the hearing is on.
Our new Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, his second day on the job when that happened. It's a rough one. We'll be working tirelessly. He's a great gentleman. The whole group these are great people, and they are working tirelessly to figure out exactly what happened. We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that. Only the highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people were allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we didn't really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that
Is he staying on? Is he staying on?
on restoring the highest standards of air traffic
It
control.
looks like he's staying on message right now. At least he's reading from a script.
Possible bar for aviation safety. We have to have our smartest people. It doesn't matter what they look like, how they speak, who they are. It matters intellect, talent, the word talent. They have to be talented, naturally talented.
Market's on a cliff right now. Like Microsoft is sitting on a cliff. My American Airlines AAL is sitting on a cliff. I'm watching a bunch of my my longs right now. They're all like sitting on a cliff. I got a hedge on for tomorrow. And like we need, if we roll on this island down here, like this is pretty much where, if you're a bull, you do not want to see market go any lower than right here.
That is amazing. And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented.
American Airlines turning around right now.
And they want them, they can be air traffic
Come
control.
on, Microsoft, turn around, baby. Woo!
14th, so that was
415. Hold it.
before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration. This was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are, I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have.
It's like, wow, I'm like watching a hedge right now that I have on.
And their lives are
I'm like watching all my holdings.
shortened because of the stress. Where you
Like holdings going on to cliff of or edge of cliff. Hedge turning green.
special genius to be able to do it.
Hedge turning red.
Disabilities are those disabilities that the
Stonk holdings turning green.
special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. The FAA's website states they include hearing, vision, missing extremities, partial paralysis, complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability.
Yeah, my lungs are like just ready, like creeping to turn red.
A controller of airplanes pouring into our country, pouring into a little.
You need volatility, Chase. They got Trump's talking right now, but he isn't saying anything. He's on the fucking script.
Think of that.
We need him to get off script. Like start calling like Jerome something. say he's gonna fucking do something to Oh, I think he's done now. I think he just finished. Hold on a second here. Did he just finish? He's still talking.
The FAA website shows that the agency.
We need some crazy talk. No crazy talk, no crash. He's reading from a fucking script right now.
To make it even more so. And then I came in, and I assume maybe this is the reason. The FAA.
You got to see him like put the script down and be like, and then sleepy Joe Biden and Jerome can't fight inflation, Powell.
He was a disaster as a mayor.
I'm going to remove him. I'm going to tariff China. 100% tariffs and sanctions. We're going to invade Canada. No, all my shit's floating right now. As we come down here, it's turning red. My head's turning green. Now my shit's turning green and my head's just turning red.
So
that's what my portfolio looks like right now.
then it's a group within the FAA, another story, determined that the workforce was too white, that they had concerted efforts to get the administration to change that and to change it immediately. This was in the Obama administration just prior to my getting there. And we took care of African Americans, Hispanic Americans. We took care of everybody at levels that nobody's ever seen before. It's one of the reasons I won. But they actually came out with a directive too white. And we want the people that are competent. But now we mourn and we pray and would like to ask all Americans to join me in a moment of silence as we ask.
I'm impressed. I got to be honest.
Their lives and bring comfort to the loved ones. And I just want to say God bless everyone in this room. This has been a terrible, very short period of time.
Did we buy Greenland yet?
So we all saw the same thing. We've seen it many times. I've had the honor of hearing tapes. Tapes are scary, very scary tapes.
He's reading.
You had a airliner coming in, American Airlines. He was doing everything right. He was on track. He was on the same track as everybody else. They came in. It's probably the same track as they've had for 25 years or more.
Pump American Airlines.
And for some reason, you had a helicopter that was at the same height, obviously when they hit, but pretty much the same height, and going at an angle that was unbelievably bad. When the air traffic controller said, do you see, he was talking about, do you see him? But there was very little time left when that was stated.
Yeah, it was. Look, there were two aircraft.
Follow him in, and then
So the helicopter pilot saw the one aircraft and thought it was the aircraft he was supposed to avoid. He didn't see the other one.
follow him in. That means like everything's fine. Follow him in. You had a pilot problem from the standpoint of the helicopter. I mean, because it was visual. It was a very clear night. It was cold, but
Did you guys hear the ATC conversation? Anybody out there? Did you guys listen to that this morning?
American Airlines plane had lights blazing. They had all of their landing lights on. I could see it from the Kennedy Center tape. We had a tape up on the Kennedy Center. That seems to be the primary. Thus far, I'm sure we'll see other tapes because it's such an area where there are a lot of cameras looking up into the air, into space. So we'll probably see many other shots of it before too much time goes by.
We should invade South Carolina.
A situation where you had a helicopter that had the ability to stop. I have helicopters.
Trump this morning, I bought American Airlines.
Had the ability to turn.
It's on a fucking cliff right now, isn't it? Or what was that? It was on a cliff earlier. Oh, I gotta look at it right now.
Somewhat the opposite of what it was told. We don't know that would have been the difference because the time.
I was watching it this morning. I'm like, oh man, they're gonna fucking fuck me.
Little time to think. But what you did have is you
Oh, yeah, it's turning around. Come on, turn around, American Airlines.
vision of the plane, because you had vision.
Turn around.
Perfect vision of it all the way from at Kennedy Center where the tape was taken. And for some reason, there weren't adjustments made. Again, you could have slowed down the helicopter substantially. You could have stopped the helicopter. You could have gone up. You could have gone down. You could have gone straight up, straight down. You could have turned. You could have done a million different maneuvers. For some reason, it just kept going and then made a slight turn at the very end. And
Look at Trump. He's got his Robinhood account out on his phone.
been at the same
And he's like, and it's just turning around. It's just American Airlines just turning around right now. Just turning around.
nobody
It's
realized
just turning around right now.
the same height.
It's just turning around.
It would still wouldn't have been great, but you would have missed it by quite a bit. Could have been 1,000 feet
American Airlines just turns around right now. Wasn't their fault.
at the same height, and somebody should have been able to point that out. So all of this is going to be studied, but it just seems to me
Leans down on his American Airlines position. He's like, it's just turning around.
common sense. Some really bad things happened, and
At Mint Mobile, we like to do the opposite.
Oh God, this fucking what is this? Why? Hold on a second here. I can't seem to get Trump live without commercials. I don't know why that is.
you had a confluence of bad decisions that were made, and you have people that lost their lives, violently lost their lives. We're going to take a few questions. I'd like to ask
Okay, here we go. Here go the questions. Here come the questions.
to say a few words. Sean,
American Airlines turning around from the fucking. If you look at American Airlines on a daily candle chart, it looks messy. It's like ready to crash.
only on intellect and even psychological well-being of the air traffic.
Go back up.
Such an important position, and I think I can't emphasize stronger. I changed it when I first ran in 2016. I changed it. We had the highest standard that you could have,
Here comes the crazy.
and then they changed it back. That was Biden to a standard I read it to you. That was from one of your papers. One of the people in this room actually wrote that. And then I changed it back a few days ago. And unfortunately, that was, we'll see. We don't know that necessarily it's even the controller's fault. But one thing we do know, there was a lot of vision, and people should have been able to see that, at what point do you stop? At what point do you say, wow, that plane's getting a little bit close? So this is a tragedy that should not have happened. Please, Sean.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the President's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We've had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier. You made an important point that when we deal with safety, we can only accept the best and the brightest in position.
All right, this guy doesn't really mean anything here. I'm going to turn this guy down. So Trump just walked away from the podium. We got some guy talking here from some airlines or some safety official is like stepping in now. American Airlines turning around. Spoo's turning around. Market likes that. No crazy Trump. That's good. Market trading right back to opening price just now. Yeah, I was watching Trump earlier. He stayed on script, which was good to see. I didn't see him. He was like looking at paperwork while he'd gathered some flourish, but he didn't go crazy. And then he said, "I'm going to open this up for some questions." And then they like Trump just disappeared, and some other guy came out. Oh, it looks like he's still there. Oh, here we go. Hedgeworth is coming out now. Or Hedge Seth or whatever his name is. Trump is about 2 minutes away from bringing out a model of a plane in a helicopter and illustrating how it happened with noises. He stayed on script. I gotta give it to him. I'll tell you a lot. Like when he goes off script, man, woof, fucking gets fucking crazy. Okay, so here they are. The sellers are up here. We know where the sellers are, right? They're right up here. They're right up here. That's where I am, like right here. Right on that line right there. See if they can take this back up here. Okay, the wheels are going to come off here. Hold on. All right, here we go. Here comes the wheels.
Mr. President. The situation in the Democratic Republic of the Congo is getting...
Look at it, like, fuck the airline crash.
Mediating the conflict between Rwanda and the Democratic Republic of the Congo because he wants to bring peace and stability. The situation is really bad right now. I want to hear from Mr. President if you have any plan in the future to bring peace in the
Well, you're
Democratic
asking me a
Republic
question
of the
about
Congo.
Rwanda, and it is a very serious problem. I agree, but I don't think it's appropriate right now to talk about it. But it is a very serious problem.
Thank you. Fucking Christ.
People who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEA.
Oh yeah, they don't give a. Dude, this is. Can you imagine if your family died in this flight and they're just like, fuck all that. We're gonna talk about something else.
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people. You mean the names of the people that are on the plane? You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families
They
to
are
hear you
a
blaming
group of
DEI
people that have
policies?
lost their lives. If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question.
But are you
I'm
blaming-
surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming your
Please.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you, President Trump. Thank you for being here. Based on your analysis so far, do you have a sense of who is at fault, if it was the plane, the helicopter, air traffic control, and can you assure people that it is safe to fly in and out of D.C.?
Well, I've given you the analysis, and the analysis was it was based on vision. You had a lot of people that saw what was happening. You had some people that knew what was happening. There was some warnings, but the warnings were given very, very late. You know, those warnings were given very late. It was almost as they were given. A few seconds later, there was the crash. It should have been brought up earlier. But the people in the helicopter should have seen where they were going. I can't imagine people with 20/20 vision not seeing, you know, what's happening up there. Again, they shouldn't have been at the same height. You're going in reverse directions or sideways directions. Obviously, you want to be at different heights. I see it all the time when I'm flying. You have planes going in the opposite. They're always lower, we're higher, or they're. So if somehow there's a screw up, there's not going to be a tragedy. It'll be close, but you know, there's never going to be a tragedy if you're at a different elevation. For whatever reason, they were at the same elevation. And also, from the American Airlines standard, he's along the track that every plane is along. You say, what was the helicopter doing in that track? It's very sad. But visually, somebody should have been able to see and taken that helicopter out of play, and they should have been at a different height.
Thank you, sir. You mentioned the Russians that were on board that plane. What other nationalities were on board that passenger
There
jet?
were a couple of others. We're going to be announcing it in about an hour. We have some very specific information. We're calling the countries. We've spoken to most of them, but there were some other countries represented.
Mr. President, have you spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive
Not about this.
On your executive order, you've already issued an executive order. You say will restore aviation safety.
Right.
This crash happened after that. Was the executive order successful, and what more needs to change to keep people safe?
Well, you know, we issued it 3 days ago, and we're in the process of making those changes. This is something that should have been done a long time ago. Actually, my original order should have never been changed, and I think maybe you wouldn't have had this problem. Maybe. Yeah, please, go
Yes,
ahead.
thank you. We see like everyday life that very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hire in the federal government? What plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
Mr. President, you have today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. You then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers, And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have. But they didn't build the systems properly. They spent a lot of money renovating a system, spending much more money than they would have spent if they bought a new system for air traffic controllers, meaning the computerized systems. There are certain companies that do a very good job. They didn't use those companies. They used companies that should not have been doing it. No, I think it's very important to understand that for some jobs, and not only this, but air traffic controllers, they have to be at the highest level of genius. Okay.
I want to ask you about the ice skaters in a moment because the U.S. ice skating community was affected. But first, if I can, the cited FAA text that you read is real. But the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's website.
That, you?
No, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It was on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Thank you, Mr.
Welcome
President.
back to the. I'm sorry.
You mentioned that a vision was probably the problem that was at issue in this crash. There's been some reports that one of the pilots in the helicopter may have been using night vision equipment. Was there any indication?
I heard that. We don't know. We're going to know that pretty soon. It may change your view plane if you do have the night vision. So it's very possible that could have happened. That would be maybe a reason why you wouldn't actually see as well as on a clear night. You can see sometimes better without it. I have a couple of more.
Mr. President, is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly?
Go to what?
Is it helpful to have your Secretary of Transportation confirmed, and does this intensify your interest in getting other nominees confirmed quickly as well?
Well, sure. We want fast confirmations. And the Democrats, as you know, are doing everything they can to delay them. They've taken too long. We're struggling to get very good people that everybody knows are going to be confirmed, but we're struggling to get them out faster. We want them out faster. It's a good question, actually. We've been pushing Sean. Everyone knows Sean for a long time. He got many, many Democrat votes, but they want to take as long as they can. They ask questions like some of the questions that Peter would ask that were totally irrelevant and not very good questions, but they want to just keep it going. They want to keep it going as long as possible. I was very honored, actually, that you got so many Democrat votes. That was really good. That was really good.
When I try to meet with the families, and second question, is it your impression that military training that was done during that time?
The what?
The training that the helicopter was involved in. Is it anything you can tell us about
You
that?
don't know. These are the things that will come up with the investigation. You don't know. But the helicopter obviously was in the wrong place at the wrong time, and a tragedy occurred. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've got a question about the.
No, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. You've been critical of the current regulations, and you've called for big reforms at FAA. I'm curious, sir.
I made the reforms, actually.
What is your message?
3 days ago, I made them.
Yes, sir. What is your message then to the American public in the weeks and months ahead? Should they feel hesitant to fly? And if you could clarify perhaps something that the Defense Secretary said when he said that this helicopter was on a continuity of government mission?
I don't know what that refers to, but they were practicing. They do that. They call it practicing, and they were. And that's something that should be done. It's only continuity in the sense that we want to have very good people, and that has to be in continuity, and that's what they refer to. But it was basically practice, and it was a practice that worked out very, very badly. Okay?
On his question, the first question, should people be hesitant to fly right now?
No, not at all. I've not hesitated to fly. This is something that it's been many years that something like this has happened, and the collision is just something that we don't expect ever to happen again. We are going to have the highest level people we've already hired. Some of the people that you've already hired for that position, long before we knew about this, I mean, long before, from the time I came in, we started going out and getting the best people because I said it's not appropriate what they're doing. I think it's a tremendous mistake. You know, they like to do things and they like to take them too far, and this is sometimes what ends up happening. Now, with that, I'm not blaming the controller. I'm saying there are things that you could question, like the height of the helicopter, the height of the plane being at the same level and going in opposite directions. It's not a positive.
Yeah, he loves the attention rolling white balls. He loves like pontificating on shit.
The safest flying anywhere in the world, and we'll keep it that way. Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, this was actually pretty good. So we didn't get anything about tariffs. We didn't get anything about inflation. He stayed on message. Whew. That's good to see. He's walking away right now from the presser. He didn't. Some of the reporters are trying to ask about all kinds of shit, and he was like, "I'm not here for that." He's like, "I'm here for the people that are, whose families are dead and or families are watching their, or finding out that their loved ones are dead." So he kept it very good. I'm actually happy with that press conference. We're in the Discord right now. We're talking about a trade here. I'm in the pro room. We're trying to construct a trade for next week, and we're looking at current dealer gamma across strikes from today into the end of next week on the 7th. Yeah, I'm with this. Yeah, I agree with that too. Podcast. Hold on. We're chatting about where the market is right now on the Discord. There's this gamma thing here. Let me go show you guys what we're talking about. There's like simplified. We talked about this yesterday in the show, right? We're locked into this. See that down move right here? Simplified. Basically, right here. This is no go. And then right here. And until we can escape into right tails, it's we got FOMC, we got big tech this, big tech that, then we got this shit and this shit and this shit. And what we really need to do is break out of that 6100 start making a new high, and then you can be like, hell yeah, we're getting long, right? Charm flows, Vanna, all that kind of shit. We're out of here. Well, but negative gamma regime, reinforcement, depths of hell. And all we're really doing here is dicking around, Yay. That kind of shit, boom, 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 boom. So we're kind of like just locked in, right? Ain't doing shit. And I agree the flows improve. And we start to escape this stuff, like I would say the third at the... We start to escape this stuff somewhere in here. You could call it the third. Call it like the 7th or so, somewhere in here. Like this is your escape over here somewhere, but in the meantime, we're all talking about it, but we're still locked into this. So, what if it's this right here? That's where the danger is. This is where the danger of the we got to wait until we get over here. I don't think you can really call it yet. I think this is gambling, truthfully. And let me show you an example of gambling here, doing this stuff. You want to see it? There's one right there. There's one right there, right? This was me. It's just like bam, bam, bam. We're going to get out of here. We're going to have a holiday rally. Fucking bloodbath right there. That's hot sauce, right? That's nasty. Kind of looks similar, doesn't it? The one thing that I like about the setup higher is I'm watching for these. Like, see, I have the high, the lower high, the lower high, the lower high. And this morning, this is Thursday morning, right? We went up here and touched that. And that's what I like to see. Like, there's a wick there, but we did catch the high here in cash market, which is good for the cup and handle trade and not the cup and handle failure. Like, you want to see this here, right? And then you want to see that right there, right? Even if we fail. So there's a trade here today, at least for right now. Theoretically, there's a trade to here. And then an escape after the weekend. Because of this tick right here. You can begin to get bullish to some extent. Or at least price action wise, you got the new high right here. Right? You didn't if we had failed right here and didn't get that new high, I would be more concerned with a major move to the downside. But the window doesn't open yet either. So even if you were to get bullish, it becomes so where's Friday? So here's Friday, right? So you got the high back here. Call it right there, right? It's Friday close. Here's the doom from tariffs on Monday. And it's all from this tick right here. So if you were to like switch from the bear thesis from this high tick we just got, the thesis here that would be that you'd trade up into Apple ER, get a good PCE, Trump bullshit over the weekend with tariffs, knee-jerk reaction, up, and away. Something like that. You'd really want to get the new high in here because you got the new high right here. Even though it's a wick, right? This is still valid here, but that high tick this morning, we got it. Let me see if we can look at it again. There it is right there. I mean, look how close that is. Let me show you guys something here. Look at that shit. It was by 2 pennies. Just by 2 pennies. That's it. We beat it. 605.98. 605.96 is the 605.96 is the beat that you need. We got 98 on that high. So that does imply that it's a successful it's a bullish new high, right? So that would mean that we should trade up here. Right? Fail and maybe get the Friday 607, which is like 6100 or whatever in SPX. This over here for you guys. 1600. I mean, theoretically, that shit could take all day long. Get this down here. You could make the case that it's way over there. It's gonna grind all fucking day. That was a good hit right there. And this one right here would need to be up there. You got that. You got to clear that all out. Clear that all out. That over. That all goes right there. Be very careful in here. They're going to try to sell you here, by the way. Seller's going to try to come in and swoop in and sell this down here. Time is it right now? 12:13. Just had U.S. mortgage rates come out. Actually lower. 30 years down, 0.01. That's good. Balance sheet at 4:30 today. This would be the bull thesis right here. Couldn't I see a wick as negative? No. I look at like wicks do the damage. I think David Amos says that. Like wicks do the damage. The candle tells the story. Is that the argument that you're making? I like to see the tick. I always, it doesn't always work out, but for a rule, a failure to make a new high is a problem. Series of higher lows, series of higher highs. If I see that high tick, it's positive. It's not as negative. If you start seeing that sell pressure on a high, then a lower high, and you know the sellers and the supply is there, automatically implies lower, right? In general, most of the time. I'd say it's improving an improving condition to see that tick this morning. And not seeing Trump go off the handles was good. That's unusual for Trump. I'll be honest with you. Whenever he goes off script, I get fucking scared because I don't know what he's going to call out, right? He starts like calling out shit like this company sucks and that company sucks and we're going to investigate Meta or whatever the fuck else he calls out that day. You're just like, oh God, what is he going to call out? What is it? Or what is he going to like? What am I short in that he likes? You know what I mean? It's like down candle. It was like NVDA yesterday, right? Just like fucking murder candle on NVDA. We kind of saw it here on the show. It was already setting itself up. But, you know, it's like the timing of it. I still have a hedge on. I've got puts on for tomorrow. I have a lot of longs in the market. I'm initiating right now. Like over the past couple weeks, I've been looking to buy shit, and I can't not be in market without a hedge on right now. So I'm still in like accumulation phase for 2025. I'm assuming I'm going to be in accumulation phase like now and in April, and then I can start like selling calls and selling puts and shit. I don't feel comfortable with my holdings, or I'm not familiar enough with holdings and stuff right now to be like selling options against them. I'm in like this accumulation phase. What are you saying? Tech is overvalued. Market, let me buy. Yeah, I just explained that to you earlier, though, Chase. I explained that. I read that. Was I just wasting my time talking earlier? Jerome said it, man. Like the banks have got money, right? We're in QT, but if you look at like credit that's being extended, if you look at now there's some danger here with like wages and stuff. There's some fear, at least unrealized fear on like wages. But the banks are loaning money, man. They're like, hey, you want to pay 7%? And people are like, fuck yeah, I'll pay that. And they have wealth too. This is the other thing. Like people aren't really like they can't grasp this. Like, I just had a friend buy a house for I think $900,000, about $950,000, and he went from a house I think he bought for $300,000, $350,000 or something. The house doubled in value, went to like $660,000 or something like that. He was in the low mortgage era. He bought it, and you know, he didn't get to realize the gains from all of that. But he went and bought this $1 million home, and he was able to roll all those gains into a new home, and he didn't feel the 7.5% because of the roll from the old house into the new house. Now he doesn't have any equity in that, but well, he's got equity in it, but you know what I'm saying here, right? Like, how can people buy a house right now with rates at 7.5%? And it's like, well, you have a group of people that wanted to, you have a group of people that wanted to move. Let's say they were planning on moving, right? Pre-COVID. Well, the kids are going to be in college. We're going to move. And then, COVID hits. Well, we're not going to move now. Let's just settle down and watch what's going on out there. It's kind of crazy, right? We don't know what's going to happen. That's the realized volatility, right? Then everything's going crazy with nobody wants to move, right? Remember that? There's no housing, no stock available, no housing stock available. So people are like stuck in their homes. Then COVID passes, and like right now, this past like there was a surge in the housing market right after COVID, and then it fell off. Rates come on, and now rates are high. We're like, I don't want to move. Fuck rates. And they're being talked into it because of one of two reasons: either being talked to or pestered by salesmen, saleswomen, or whatever, realtors. But the other thing would be, hey, look, the housing prices might come down now, right? We might roll down. You can take all that value, roll it in a new home, probably absorb the 7.5%, hey, your kids are not graduating college. You fucking missed all these years. And it's like Richter was talking about it last week. He was like, hey, check this out. And he was showing the data on like from mortgages that were pre-COVID free money, like 3% or less. And post-COVID higher rates, there was like gridlock. Nobody was buying. I think it started in like September, October, and then November it started to bottom a little bit. And now the new data that's coming out saying people are actually selling those homes, which my buddy just did. My buddy just did it. And rolling into this higher rate, and you're like, well, how are they doing that? Well, they're wealthy. They're fucking wealthy. They got money. The banks are taking these loans and they're making them, and they're like, think how much you guys are like. I get in a week right now. I probably get 5 to 10 pieces of mail asking me to open a credit line with a credit card company. You guys get credit card offers right now like crazy? I get like 5 to 10 pieces of mail a week asking me to start a line of credit. Am I the only one getting credit card offers? Let me ask the Discord. See what they're saying. In Canada, yours slowed down? Yeah, I feel like I'm getting an increase past 3 to 6 months. I feel like I'm getting more like, hey, sign up for Jim Bob's Visa card. Sign up for American Express. I'm like, I already have American Express. I'm like, what the fuck is this? Oh, no, it's my American Express for my company. I'll give you a deal. No, I get paper here. I get paper fucking in my mailbox. I'm going to call that number. The interest is insane. You can't use that credit. You have to pay it off at the end of the month. The interest is insane on them. Yeah, it is crime. 100% Super Gal. I've offered that to. I could be kind of douchey sometimes to my friends. I'm like, I'll loan you some money. If you pay me back like you pay back a credit card, fuck yeah. I have said that to friends. This is your chance, Chase, though. If you're going to roll it, it's like right here. It looks like there's one more bump up, though, brother. Looks like one more bump. You need this, Chase. Like I'll be honest with you. If you're like, I'm not bearish. I'm more like hedged for danger. But if you're like in bear mode, like you really need this, because they got the high tick. So this is kind of like the last stand for bears here. And they're trying to sell, brother. I mean, I can see it. You can see it. You can see it right on SPX. Like sell, 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 down, 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 down. Give me a bad Apple ER. Give me bad PCE. Yeah, I'm watching Microsoft sitting on a cliff. Even my American Airlines sitting on a cliff right now, just kind of floating around. INTC. Yeah, I'll look at it. Hold on. How long are you dated on those INTC calls? I'm on the wrong layout here. Hang tight. Why am I on hot stocks right now? What the fuck am I doing? I'm all fucking jacked up this morning. God, man, that doesn't look good. Hold on. Is there any news coming out with INTC? Who's asking about INTC? Who's asking about INTC? Am I reading old chat right now? Nolan Wright. How far out is your shit dated? Oh, give me a second here. Is INTC gonna they gonna buy something? Maybe it's Intel. Is Intel gonna buy fucking TikTok or something? Do they got something coming up? Who has to? Am I reading like a really old chat here or something? Yeah, I know they got ER coming up. And do you get the brief from us? I'm ready. You're in January 26 calls. You're in January 26th call. Oh, January of 26 calls. Gotcha. I'm like, January 26 calls, isn't it the 30th? You know what really sucks? The reason I'm asking Nolan is because the reason I'm asking about INTC is because it looks like something's going to happen to them, and I don't know what it is. It looks like there's a capitulation move about to happen, and I don't know why. Or what that could be. I'm looking up news right now. They're trying to assign it to like DeepSeek. I'm like reading I don't see any news about Intel. I'm trying to find what news that would be for why would it crash even lower than where it is at $20. Is that a rumor that Elon Musk is going to buy INTC? Is that true? Is that a rumor? This is what I tell you right now, Nolan. I would say this. If it's going to bloodbath down to very low, I'm assuming that something's going to happen, right? That looks like a merger and acquisition thing. We have deregulation coming around. Or maybe there's bad news coming on INTC. I don't know. I'm not reading it. Is there a rumor that Elon's going to buy it? Is that true? Is that just you're just fucking around, or? Or is that real? Okay, so all right, so hold on. Here we go. There is a rumor. I just read it. I'm reading it right now. Let me read it to you. Beleaguered Intel Corporation is seeing a rare stock rally. This is back on the 21st, so it's dated. Having gone up 12% over the month, the chip-making company closed 2024 at $20, now priced at $22 a share a year ago. Yes, is it really an unattainable as it seems after the departure of Pat Gelsinger in early December? It remains the case that Intel represents geostrategic asset, blah, 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 blah. Now that Trump has resumed his second term in office, blah, 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 blah. When companies are targeted for acquisition, their stock price typically goes up. This stands to reason as the purchase price. Oh, wait a minute. I got some stuff here. Dr. CS, Nolan, are you in the Discord, Nolan? Nolan, we have some data from a Bloomberg terminal being posted right now in the Discord in the market chat about Intel. Okay, so what I'm reading here, I'm not seeing anything from a Bloomberg terminal. Nothing on like Intel earnings are imminent. The most accurate forecast. Intel's report to give update on turnaround effort. Okay, so you're waiting on you're waiting on the guide, right? On their earnings. Consensus rating is buy 12%, hold 74%, sell 14%. So this is saying stay in your calls. And you have them into next year, right? Into 2026. B&B Paribas has it at underperform. The rest, everybody else has it in line, neutral, sector weight, neutral, hold. Target price 26, 20, 25, 20, 21, 25. Let's see what else we can see. Let's take a look at it really quick. Oh, no shit, huh? Yikes. It's trading 1975 right now. What sucks about this is just by looking at this, right, with like Wyckoff or just Elliott wave, basic Elliott wave, it doesn't look like it's done going down. It doesn't look like it's quite ready yet. There's like a target down here of like $12, $10 on it. You got 1, 2, and 3 with a capitulation move down. You better hope it doesn't get repriced. That's the other scary thing here is it always sucks when a stunk gets permanently repriced, or not permanently, but like, repriced for a period of time. It's being accumulated on a monthly basis, but it's showing that it hasn't hit bottom on a quarterly basis yet. It's being accumulated on a weekly basis. The daily velocity looks good on it to go higher from here. What's the strike on the calls that you have? Do you mind my asking? All right, let's go look at INTC. Okay, so INTC, there's a rumor of Elon Musk buying INTC. It looks like it popped on that rumor. None of the banks or institutions are saying that that's true right now. I'm reading an article about it right now. Now there's some positive stuff here now these calls are for 2026. On a quarterly basis, I don't like this right here. It's almost done, but there's a slight uptick on the quarterly. That's positive. Maybe you can see that right there. There's a slight uptick on quarterly. That's beginning to become bullish. But it's not like a series of higher lows. Monthly looks great. Someone's buying it and accumulating it here. You can see they were buying it there. They're buying it again. I think there's an attempt to buy here. This looks great. Weekly accumulation looks good, but this shows also more down possibly on a weekly basis. The daily looks good. You know, you're coming up from a negative. You got some declining. This is showing a squeeze pop potential. On a 30-minute frame, hourly looks great. Although, you know, it's a series of higher lows on hourly velocity. So you're not seeing the price action that you're looking for. I can see that. But it's saying that it's going to get better. This looks great. In February, it looks good. But like mid-February, maybe March. Your daily velo on a 30-minute frame looks pretty good here too. You just came up from a really nasty downside daily velo. We do get upside moves in price when we do turn positive. You can see it right here. But I want you to see this here though. That's where the real issue is this is a 1 hour basis here. So like you're seeing the moves higher, but this weekly is still kind of fucked up. Like the weekly velo is still showing the potential to make another leg down here. I mean, what I would say to you would be like blood down and then up. Maybe you catch the maybe you catch a decent, you know, hey, reorganizing down, then you finally get up. You're still talking about some time in here. Like you just started this, so I don't like this idea down here either of repricing to 10 because then it keeps you in like 10 or 20 bucks. I don't know that this is guaranteed either. But there's your inverse head and shoulders too, right? And you'd bounce down again. If I don't, how far out is the chain on INTC right now? I'm looking right now. You know what I would say would be calls are cheap. I'll say that. Calls are dirt cheap. Well, relatively so. They're dirt cheap. $20 calls for 2027, January of 2027, are $5.85. That's fairly cheap. I mean, you can wield a lot of shares that way, right? That's fairly fucking cheap. The big question is, do they reprice the stonk to $10? That would fuck those calls up royally. You'd get this would fuck that whole chain up, even if you went higher. You know what I would say to you would be this. I would say the 2026 calls that you're in, the first chance that you get to unfuck yourself. And if you get any kind of a chance to get down into this $10 range, roll those calls, or get, like, when you're in the green on those calls, sell them. And then look for a chance of a wick. I would set an alert down here on this line. As a matter of fact, I'm going to probably do it for myself too. Maybe you miss it. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it never comes. But if it does come, buying those $20 calls for 2027 would be a fucking sick fucking trade. I can't guarantee that you're not going down there first. I mean, I see the turn higher. No, no. I would stay in the trade, like stay in it right now. If it turns green and you make some money, woohoo, get paid. ER sets it off for you. I would say this though too. Let's say you go to ER and it's a bad ER, right? Let's say it's a great ER. We're going to restructure, but it's going to cost money, and then we go down, right? But if you catch that bounce, then they at least come back into even. Or in the or not in the money, but if they're like, print 10% or something, I would let's say this is the outcome, right? You're in those calls, right? Don't sell them, don't capitulate. I would buy 27s down here, stay in the ones you have right here, and on any upside move, I would like not cut losses, but sell them at break even. They'll likely tie you in so you're not making money, but you're just at that moment of like they come back to like, I bought them for $1. They're trading 99 cents for a moment. Get rid of them while you're in the 2027 $20 calls. Roll them to 2027. That's the worst that I can see. That's like the worst case scenario. Whatever you do, not financial advice, but whatever you do, the worst thing you could do would be, you're in 2026 calls, you blast down and you go, fuck, I'm going to cut my losses and I'm so bared up that I'm not going to buy the 2027s. That's what most people do. That's usually how things go. Chase, we're not getting the down move. I see the upside move, man. I just Oh, and I'll say this for your earnings looks good. Velocity wise, your earnings look good. Yeah, it's not that they don't look good. It's positioning. Like if you have a $5 fucking 2027 call, a $20 call for 2027 that costs $5-6, right? And they make a quick move down to $10. They're going to reprice those options to like $2 or $3, right? And then when we come back, you're going to have to sit in them for like what? So these are 2026 calls, right? Like you'll sit in them and they'll trade back to like $5, $5.50, whatever they cost right now. I'm not looking at it at the moment, but you get what I'm saying? So like you get, like you're directionally right. Well, he's in 2026, and what I'm saying is if those calls turn green, you take the money and run and reposition on a lower price. Because there could be a moment where it just wicks down to like $10 or something, $12. Maybe they say something like there's no deal with Elon in their earnings or something. I'm giving worst case scenario, not like this is what I expect to happen. I'm just saying, hey, if we blast down to like $10 or $12 or some shit, well, not 10. I would assume it would be like $12.50 or something like that. Yeah, that's what I think, Binky. Sorry, I got some stuff going on in the background, guys, or on the show. If you're watching me on the show right now, INTC, their ER looks good in terms of velocity. I don't know if they make that downside move down to like $12. It looks like something's happening, or at least the price action on it. It looks like it's waiting for a capitulation move, which it hasn't had yet. That's the danger that I see in it. On longer time frames, it's being accumulated. You can see that clear as day. To what end, I don't know. I would ride him out, Nolan. You know, Nolan, like, I want to tell you one last thing, Nolan. So, like, so when I own stock, or like like the other day I talked to Binky about TLT, and I was like, I want to own TLT, and he was like, well, you should just open some fucking long call spreads on them. So that's what I did. I'm not looking at them. I literally keep them on a brokerage in a laptop in another office. I don't look at them every day. If you ever have the chance, right? If you have a trade that's on for a long period of time, I used to try to put like upside sells or downside buys, and I would get kicked out of the trade. And I was like, I didn't know that you couldn't put like a sell. Like, I bought a stock for $1 and I can't put a sell in it for 10, and it'll just close. They just kick you out, right? They do that for there's a reason they do that, I guess, or I've been told there's a reason they do that, but like artificially indicates where price is going or something, or influences price or whatever. Anyways, so I stopped doing that. So now what I do is, if let's say these TLT call spreads, right? I'll set like I draw a line where I want to buy. It sends me an alert in my email on my phone. It like pops up, bing. Do you want to buy Yum? Do you want to buy Baba? Right? Or it's coming into where you want to buy, right? And then so then I put whatever I want for the price to sell. I don't know. I want Intel to trade $30. I'll snap a line at $30, put an alert on it, and I don't look at it anymore. I don't pay any attention to that shit. I just don't pay attention to it. But that's me, because I have too much shit going on in my life. I'm not like anally focusing on this one thing, and I am horrible at that too. One of my real downfalls is micromanaging long-term holds. Worrying about long-term holds. I'm reading all the news about the company. It's one of my rules is like, I don't go to StockTwits. Like, I'll go there once, read what everybody's saying, I'm done. Then I do my fundamental research. Like, I'll read up on revs and like what are they selling? What do they make? They actually making anything? Do they have any debt? What are their last few quarterly guidances on their company, right? That's about it. And then if there's any like major downside moves, like let's say I buy a stock at $1 or at $10, let's say, and it bloods down to $1, and that over that course of that year or two, I will go back and check and be like, what the fuck happened? But other than that, I tend not to overly micromanage those positions. I've lost a lot of money doing that. When I was not younger, but Like I held Bitcoin when it was worthless. I used to own Bitcoin when it like went to like 14 or 1500 bucks. And it had the halving or some shit, and I sold out. My wife wanted money and stuff, and I've like throughout my life I've done that, like long-term holds. I like take the money too early, or I don't capitalize on where it's actually going, that kind of stuff. So when it comes to like stocks or long-term puts or calls or any kind of like spread or some shit like that, I tend to try to not to micromanage those positions. Sweet. Yeah, I'll get kicked out of positions from my broker. Abso-fucking-lutely. Yes. Good for good for day, good for life. Yeah, because they're too far out. Like too far out. Yeah, I've been kicked out of sell orders of size. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. And then been kicked out of like SPY and an intraday trade or something like that. But yeah, if I own like a stock, if I own like something for like $5 or something, I'm like sell at 50. Like fuck you, no. Get out of here. I don't know why they did it to me. Get booted. So what else? Anyways, so like long-term positions, I don't do it. I just alerts. That's it. And I would recommend that, Nolan. Don't stop going down the fucking rabbit hole. Don't overthink it. If your thesis is if you're like, I got a thesis, I'm going to put some money to it. I would have like set alert at $12, $12.50, $15, just so you can check back on that trade. So I'd set alert at $15. I'd set alert at $12.50, maybe like $12.60, $15.25, like a few pennies over the round numbers. And then if like some doom and gloom happens, you get an alert. You guys see the alerts pop up on my screen? No, you guys don't see. You guys can't see the. So in the bottom of the screen down here, where that chat box is, watch it, and you'll see that I get alerts all day long. They go bing, 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 and it's positions that I'm in and positions I'm trying to buy and sell. I thought you guys noticed that shit. Yeah, so right here. See my cursor? Right over here, you'll see alerts popping up behind the chat. Those are positions I'm either in actively or trying to get in or out of actively. Yeah, I just set alerts. I don't look at that shit, man. If you got calls for 2026, fucking close the laptop, bro. Yeah, it's good till canceled. But if you put them way out of the money, they're like, fuck you. Or at least in my experience. So I don't do it anymore. I'll show you when the alerts pop. The next alert that pops up, I'll show you guys. You just can't see them right now. I haven't had an alert today or recently. I mean today. Like I haven't seen an alert today, but like yesterday I got a bunch. Buy this one, buy that one. Sell this one, sell that one right now. Don't overthink it. As a matter of fact, I was just talking to Trader Podcast, and we were talking about Samsara. Do you guys remember we talked about Samsara? Does anybody remember that trade? Anyone remember Samsara? We used to talk about it all the time. That fucking thing. This fucking thing. We were talking about Samsara last year. It was It's a good one to look at right now. Like, look at this. Samsara was trading $8 to $10. It got sold on its open. You guys remember IoT? Nobody here? Like IoT is a good ticker for you to look at. So we were talking about buying IoT, right? It's currently trading 51.55. It was trading like $5 last year. It's now up 500%. But you had to like stay in the trade for a long fucking time, right? Not look at it. I think Joe Donut recently sold his IoT. Trader Podcast just sold his at $51. It had a high of $57. So you put the trade on, you don't look at it for a year or two. I fucking love GitLab and Baba. I love Baba right now. I'm a Baba fan. We were talking about it 2 weeks ago. People were saying they were bared up on it. I'm like, fuck no. It's a buy. And I posted it in the Discord. It's a really weird thing. Like when we're on stream here, it's weird because I think I made a post yesterday in the Discord where I said, I made a post in the Discord saying, you're always alone. You're always alone when you're longing. If you long something properly. So in my view, if you long a stock, let's say, okay, you're normally alone. No one wants to buy that stock with you. And it might bleed down even more or back test, or you got like an up day or two and then it's back testing. And no one's there with you. Everyone's like, ooh, that guy sucks. That's the common refrain. But then you come back in a month, however long you took that trade for. Let's say it's, I don't know, 3 month spread or something, or I don't know, fucking own the stock for 1-2 years. But then you come back in like a year or two, and you're alone again. You're like, dude, I put that trade on. Nobody wanted to take it with me. You're like, woo, making all this money. And do you ever notice that nobody's with you in the trade? They're like, oh, well, that's cool, man. But you don't get like this whole thing. The experience, or the FOMOers are in there and they're all, woo, and you're like, I'm selling. they're like, you fucking bear, you suck. Get rid of that guy over there. Burn him at the stake. And you're like, no. We don't want to hear that. So you're always, in my view, you're always alone. Nolan. So close the laptop, get long, close the laptop, come back, and like, you'll be coming back in like December 31st going, woo, alone. Or you'll be there with a bunch of other FOMOers and you'll be trying to exit as they're trying to enter. So end of month right now. So Gamma Chase and the I think I've explained this. I just explained this like an hour ago, Chase. It's like for end of month, right? All right. So the market, okay. So the market was hedged or not hedged, but we had flows leave the market, okay? Last week. Flows left cash market and switched to treasuries. So we had treasury flows coming in last week and hedging activity going on in vis-a-vis SPY. Some hedging activity as well was taking place in IWM small caps. Money flow ran into Dow Jones Industrial Average, treasuries, and then basically it's mostly been retailers We're here right now because of retailers. This is all retail money, basically. CTAs, like commitment of traders, CTAs, long short funds. They're waiting for price to either get lower or higher. So there's no commitment by Wall Street unless we go lower or higher, like above 6,100, or we break down and start trading like 85 or 62 on SPY, right? That's right now during this time period. Now, as we enter next, or Feb 5, let's call it, Feb 4th, those conditions change. There is some money coming in. There's some money coming in from buybacks. I think there's a window right now with buyback buying that's going on, but that's not major flows. That's some flows, but flows increase back into cash market starting in the beginning of February. So the options market, in turn, we're bouncing around right now. It's like, in turn, this is why you're seeing this price action here, right? So we just kind of like, we dick around in here. And then as we get like risk leaves and flows come in the market, we can escape. Now, if we get bad data, we get bad FOMC, which we just went through. Trump, let's say we get a knee-jerk Trump reaction that gives the opportunity for those new flows to come into the market and either buy here or buy up here. So we're kind of like stuck. We're kind of like roped in here, right? Does that make any sense? There's like a bunch of traders out there that they've got like condors, and they got like condors in the market. They got flies on the market, all dated for this week, right? And until those new flows come into the market. Chase, do you understand all this? Am I making sense here or no? So you're out your window, and this is the window of weakness, right? You've got like a window of weakness into the 31st, but that window of weakness can go up too. It's not just down. That's what everybody fucks up. Like when they say like window of weakness, it's not quite a window of weakness. It's like a window for movement. And that doesn't begin to open up until we hit at least the 31st, 30th, 31st, and then it gets stronger as we hit 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. No, the flows left the flows left the market because they were coming into the market into last Thursday. We had flows. You can see it. Fucking flows came in here, right? I think that's a miss. I think that they shouldn't have named it that. And that's Spot Gamma, right? They started that trend, didn't they? With like, wasn't that Spot Gamma that did that? No. I'm not trying to speak lowly of Spot Gamma, but I think that coined term came from them. Window of weakness. More like window of movement. I guess window of weakness sounds cool, doesn't it? It sells tickets. Oh, really? Rob the Right laid this out this morning? Cool. I didn't read that note from Rubner. And we have unrealized and realized volatility. So if we get that volatility, we go down. You shouldn't be bearish. You should just be hedged for it. I have underlying stock positions, so I have to be hedged for it. I want to protect my fucking any kind of craziness that goes on out there right now, all the drama. Like I was reading last night, they were saying, it's like, I love this shit right now. It's like pure comedy. So like yesterday, my wife's like, did you hear? She's like, they're going to build a prison on, or no, they're going to put all the illegals, undocumented workers. They're going to put all the undocumented workers at Guantanamo Bay. I'm like, and she's like, 30,000 of them. It's like I read the story last night, and I go to my wife, and I'm like, here's the truth. The truth is that somehow, like, they figured out that there's no way they can remove this many people at once, logistically, and with funding to get them all out of the country, and they look bad. So, smart people are like, this is fucking stupid, right? And meanwhile, you got like, some people love it. They're like, yeah. And then other people are like, and the end of the United States of America, right? So you got like both of those thoughts. And I'm like, talking to my wife last night, I'm like, Guantanamo can only hold like, I don't know, 600, 700, 800 people, maybe 1,000 people max. So you still need to build the infrastructure. And then you need the funding to build all that shit. It's all logistics, right? How long did the buildup take to invade Iraq? It was a massive, massive thing, right? We had to go to Congress, get the funding, you got to put everything together, you got to push everything across the fucking ocean. Took us forever. Like, be an expeditionary force. And like logistics like that are hard to grasp for most people. Size. People have no idea what size means. Like they think they know what size is, but they really don't. They like live in their local region or whatever, and that they think it's like their neighborhood, and it's not. So, what was the intent of that yesterday? The intent of that was to, stir up the troops, right? Stir up your base. Is it based on any reality? Not today, not yet. And that same thing applies to that same concept applies to the market, right? It's like we're sitting here right now and we're awaiting news and we're awaiting data and we're awaiting, I don't know, whatever the fuck we have, like, FOMC, and we got earnings going on. We got, big tech reporting, got Apple reporting, Microsoft reporting. And then we introduce a little bit of volatility with DeepSeek. Who do you think did that? Right? We get the pump from Stargate stick or whatever the fuck it was, Stargate, Deep Six. Can't believe this shit. I can't believe we consume this shit either. Bro, you hear about Stargate? Bro, you hear about Deep Six? Then the better question is who's running those ops, right? Like who's actually making this story news? Some motherfucker with a spread on, with a fucking condor on, or a I'm gonna put a butterfly on now. We're gonna rope him in for 2 weeks. Meanwhile, we already have all this other shit from policy and events and data, and keep us all wrapped up in here nice and tight like a button. They should have called it the glory hole. No, FOMOers. So the COTs are FOMOers. CTAs are typically traders that trade commodities. And then you got COTs as just commitment of traders. That's FOMOers. They're trend chasers. I call them chubby chasers, but What percentage hedge? Sometimes I do. Sometimes I do. It depends on what I'm doing. I should have a right now. I should have a bear put spread or bear ratio spread on, and I don't. I don't have the time right now to trade flies. Right now, if it was me, I would have a fly on. But I have too much going on. I'm too busy. I'm not fucking sitting here managing a butterfly. I should be sitting here managing a fly, but it's boring. And I'm like, well, I'm going to roll this part of it out. I'm going to close this one up. I'm going to open up this. I got like a fucked up wing over here, and I'm going to go shit post on Twitter. I don't have that kind of life right now to do that. So basically right now, if I'm hedging right now, I'm like, there's some risk coming down the pike. I'll throw on something cheap. Like puts are cheap right now. They're dirt cheap. So they're like dirt fucking cheap. I think I bought some puts for tomorrow. They're like, I think I bought them for like 11 cents or something like that. They're dirt fucking cheap. I don't care if they burn or not. If we go up, I make more money than that hedge. So if we go down, it's going to pay for that hedge. It's not really a money making thing. I started off in just equities, never touched anything else. Moving into options over the past month. Hold on here. I need to get a new. I think I need to get a new keyboard. My keyboard sucks. I was gonna buy a mechanical keyboard, but I didn't. I still got a really janky ass. It's like whack whack whack, stick stick stick. Mm. Yams everywhere. That's a great name. I like that name. I just posted something to you in the market chat. Chase. Jesus Christ, Chase. Chase, it's right here. Like, Chase, right there. Buy, sell. Buy, sell. Right? Buy, sell. No commitment unless we break below or above. If you're going to sell something, it's up here. Which model Keychron do you like? I've looked at a bunch of different mechanical keyboards. Keychron. Well, I gotta send I gotta get a code for gotta get a code for this guy. Can I please have 2 free 1 month pro member codes? Let's see if I can get those codes rolling right now for you. Keychron, that one. Hey, Sam, can you ask Joe for 2 pro memberships codes to send to me so I can email them to 2 guys from the chat in YouTube? I think, yeah, YouTube. Thanks, I appreciate it. Keychron K3QMK. Geez, Amazon, no buybacks, huh? Yeah, that was the whole. Hold on. I'm reading a story here from Zuckerberg. Like, listen to this really quick. Let me read this to you. It's like we go into Friday, right? Before the deep shit. Hold on. And like wake up Sunday and it's all deep seek and shit. Yeah, we built it for $1 million while we stole ChatGPT code. ChatGPT is like, we stole our shit, but we don't want you stealing our shit. No Keychron, custom only. Well, I looked at building a custom board, but I don't have the time for it. Yeah, I want up here. Time is it right now? 1:30. Why does that look all fucked up in color-wise? It's my thing. $230 there. Is that where we murder Robin Hood bullshit? That's 2:00. I wish we could have gotten that right now. I don't like this. I don't like this like 2:30 trade. Sometimes we get it. It's rare though. That lower. I think that's where 6,100 is right there. Oh my God, look at SPY right now. It wants to fucking crank. SPY wants to fucking squeeze right now. Are you guys watching this? SPY making an attempt to trade 6,100 right now. Let me see if I can get somebody else to get them for me. Woo! Look at that squeezing. Woohoo! Coming into R2 right now, trading 604.74. Woo! Spoozy woozy. Equal highs, bro. It's going down to the depths of hell. Intraday double top. Did you get 2 codes, Smoosh? I need 2. All right, let's see what we got here. Long time. Right on, Arjun. Hold on a second, there, brother. I got you. So, AN, I got something here for you in just a second. Hold on. Come on now. What am I doing here? Give away 2 free pro memberships today. Nolan. All right, so Nolan. All right, so Nolan and AN. I just sent you. I just sent you a code. You go to the website, you sign up, and I got you a code for a pro membership for 1 month. That way you can check everything out. If you like it, keep it. If you don't like it, cancel it at the end of a month. You can downgrade to subscriber, but just check it all out, see what you think. That way you can have context for the conversations on the show, because I'm talking to people in like a Discord, and then we do nightly briefs and outlooks and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Dude, what's going on, Will? I haven't seen you hanging around. Will, you're hanging out in here? God damn it. Hold on. I'll get one more. And then I'm done. That's it. Joe's gonna fucking hate me. Will, send me an email, man. I went to Twin Peaks. That place was creepy as fuck. There was some creepy ass shit. I left. I didn't actually even eat. I don't think I ate there. I think I don't care remember if I ate there or I sat down and I was like, I'm out of here. That place is creepy. It's like a 16-year-old girl's dressed like scantily clad. I was like, nope. Do you have my email address, Will? Wait a minute. He might. Let me see. I go to a bank sometimes. I have private bank. That shit's awesome. Let's see if I can do one more. I'm gonna get yelled at here. Who sent it to Captain Jim James? Can you try to get Will a code for me? One complimentary month from Joe. I already grabbed 2, but can I have one more? Can you send that? Can you see the emails that I sent to? Hold on a second. I'm going to send you the copy to post in the email, okay? No kidding. Mike Dungy may run. Didn't Buttigieg say he was going to run too? I can never pronounce his name. What did you just say? Hold on a second, guys. Sorry about that. We're getting some mixed communication here. Will, you got yourself a free membership. You can check us out and see what you think. I got it. Am I losing the stream here? I might be losing the stream. If I'm losing the stream with you guys, I apologize. There was an outage here in Detroit this morning. Just heads up out there. There was an outage in Detroit this morning, and then the internet came back on. So I didn't say anything to you guys, but I am losing the stream on my end. Fucking there we go again with Microsoft. God damn it. I had USAA for a long time. They're not that good. Once you establish credit, I don't think they're that good. Fucking Microsoft. God, Microsoft looks like dog shit right now. Look at it just limping along. It looks like it wants to fucking get cratered. Okay, so we're going to look at a stock ticker called NBIS. We looked at this stock. I'm trying to wait here for a roll. So just a couple notes here. I just want to show you guys something. So here's the prior high right here at 605.98. I'm probably going to get some bears telling you something like stock market crash over here and stuff like that. But this is a place to take some risk off. Watch out for a pullback either here or up here. What I want to show you here next really quickly is SPX. There is room to run. This is a key moment today. I want to show you this. So this morning we had the prior high, right? We came into the market, we came up, and we were looking for, do we get the new high or not? It doesn't matter if it goes back down. What you don't want to see is the failure. You understand? And let me show you what the failure looks like. So I want to show you what a failure looks like. It's right here. You see how we're in range, right? Right, ranging. And you see how we have a high, a lower high, a lower high, and a lower high. And that's where you get your blast down, right? Woohoo, bye-bye, see you later. Right? So now we're in this range again. See that little range, right? Island in the sky. And this morning we were watching for what? A failure, right? But there's a wick here. You see it? Big old wick right here. See that wick? And that gave the new high, right? So what does that tell you? There is your cup. It was not a failure. It was a success. There's your handle. What does that do? We run away to the upside, right? Now, we have some issues in that running away to the upside. Resistance is at 6,100. Call walls at 6,100. This goes bye-bye for right now. Push it to the side. And it's because of that high right there. Right? This tells you if you're a bear to watch out. They're going to try to slam this up. Okay? We got Apple earnings coming out. We've got PCE tomorrow. So the bulls are staying alive. Right? Make sense? So we go back to the trigger screen over here. Whoop. Right? This is that cup and handle over here. There's the prior high. There's the new high. And so what are you going to expect? You're going to expect what? Maybe you get your first sell and you get up over there, then you're right up there. And that is your 607.43, 6100. If you're going to track this through SPX, try to sell like 60.90. Don't be trying to get the extra money above 6,100. Just get out before we get there. You guys all understand this? Everybody understands this? Jimmy B. No, he's not banned. Let's be clear. So we'll go back to the Jimmy B conversation one more time. So here's the deal. Traders get emotional, or traders get heated, and sometimes they will say things that they shouldn't be saying. I had to look and I was told, someone came to me and said, hey, this guy's saying some stuff that's kind of bad, right? Why is he allowed to be on your chat and saying these things? So I can't just ban anybody. I got to go, okay, I heard you. I'm going to go investigate. So I go and I investigate and I read the chat logs and I go, oh shit, you can't be saying those things in our chats anywhere. So I gave a temporary ban to Jimmy B to cool down so that I can then speak to him and say, hey, man, what's up? Like, what's going on? I have not spoken to Jimmy B at this point. This has been this is kind of like a timeout right now. And I got to talk to him and say, yeah, you know, like, I need you to apologize. I need to say I'm never going to do this again. Can you do that? If he says yes, we're good to go. If he says no, we can't have it. It's pretty simple. There's like a line you really can't stop over. There's like a line of decorum. Here at least. I know that I don't think that stuff's inappropriate in certain places, but I think here what we're doing, it is inappropriate. I have to maintain some kind of decorum, which is not hard. You know, it's like, can't say the N word, you can't say the R word, you can't, you know, and if you do, you got to say, I fucked up, I'm sorry. You know, oops, I made a mistake. You know, you can't say stuff, anything even like that. So, free Jimmy? I got to email Jimmy. I got to DM him on I have his Discord. We're friends on Discord. I've known Jimmy for a long time. He's a great trader. I like his content. He provides a really good experience here. I have got nothing bad to say about Jimmy except for that commentary. Can't have it. It's not acceptable. No. It was commentary directed at religious groups and specific religious groups and women, to be honest. So we can't have it. Like, I can't have it. I'm not going to disparage women in my fucking stream. And I'm not going to allow people to disparage women in my stream. I don't disagree with any of those statements. That I can agree with both of those statements. I can agree that Jimmy's great, you know? Well, I agree with that too. I agree with that, like Grandpa from Whatever the Time. I realize that he's like your fucking racist grandfather that you love. Like, oh God, he's talking about the he's talking about the Japanese again. You know what I mean? But we do have members that are like, hey man, I can't deal with that shit. As a matter of fact, we had members quit, I think, over it. So, you know, which is whatever. I think I had one member who couldn't handle. I had one member, I think, that was like, don't even investigate, you just ban him. But I'm like, no, I can't do that. If they said that about you, you'd ban your ass at some point. So, like, you know what I mean? I can only do so much. Like, I can only do so much. I have to investigate. I got to check it out. I can't have that shit. I mean, I just can't have it. You know what I mean? Well, that's the other thing too. So someone just typed in Archie Bunker. So context matters too, right? And that's a very good point. Like Archie Bunker was coming from the context of, I'm trying to shine the light on this, right? So, but Jimmy wasn't doing that. So that wasn't acceptable either. Like shining the light on, this is what this is, right? Archie Bunker, though, that's what that was. He wasn't just being a racist. That show was invented to teach you what it looks like, right? Yeah, and I have thick skin. I'll be honest with you guys. I have thick skin. Some people say things to me that I'm like, I know other people might be offended hearing that. I have thick skin. I'm Irish. If you ever said to me something like, you know, Irish or, you know, drunken alcoholic, deadbeat this and that, I wouldn't care. I would be like, yeah, whatever. That doesn't mean shit to me. I don't give a fuck. So, yeah, the show was intended to open the door through humor, to shine a light on how horrible it is to live that life, right? Or the fears and insecurities and doubts that are ingrained in that attitude, I guess. Yeah, it was a very famous leftist, 100%. Yeah, I agree with that too, Blissowitz. People have thinner skin today than they ever did. I don't know if it's just, I don't know if it is thinner skin. I don't know if that's exactly true. You know what how I try to look at it is, I try to look at it like, I try to think back to when I was a child and how I looked at adults and I was like, God, they're so old and dated, and listen to what they're saying right now. None of that is true. Now I'm an old man and I have to be reminded of that by younger generations. And I don't want to become that old man either, do I? I don't. I have daughters and stuff. Like my daughters try to find things to get angry at me for because they don't have many. And I'm like, sometimes I'm like, you should go on Reddit and go on to one of these teen subreddits and complain about that. You know, because they have to find something to rebel against, right? Kids are like, I gotta hate my dad for some reason. I need a reason to hate him. So sometimes I'll like say shit to my kids and be like, here, I'll do this right now so you can tell your friends you hate me. Seriously. Yeah, I think they adapt, right? They adapt. Each generation has to do different things, right? I mean, think about like the kids that used to shovel coal and shit, or the kids from like the Depression. You ever see like the kids in the Depression? I don't want to be that kid. Exactly, Sam. Yeah, I know. But well, people need to relax. I think I look at it from the perspective of there's a right place for everything, right? So like you want to go on Twitter and shit post, that's you can do that there, right? Wall Street bet or not shit post. You want to go to like Twitter and like do whatever it is you do on Twitter. Some of the shit I say on Twitter, I'm like, oh my God. And then you go like Wall Street bets and you're not allowed to say anything, right? It's like all secret words and all this. You can never talk politics as it applies to the market. You know, like because people can't control themselves. You got 1.5 million people there. But like for us in the size of this group, like I know people here. Like I know people in person here in real life. Like some of you guys I'd actually know. You know, I don't want to like show up one day and you like shoot me. You know, you let these people say disparaging remarks against women, dead. Like there is a little bit of real life here in this group, is my point. It's not like just pure internet. Like this is a community. We're a lot of us are real friends in real life. Yeah, as kids, we had more fun. We did more, right? Like, I would never let my daughters take a bus or a train anywhere today. They do. They take a loan like they have like Lyft and shit that they use. But when I was a kid, my parents let me go anywhere. I was all over the city. I were unsupervised. Nobody even thought about it. I can't have it. I can't have it. I can't do it. So I can't. I just can't do it. It should be named as the outrage era. Yeah, you know, the one thing that really fucking spices my ass is when the only thing that really bugs me right now that does, but not bug me, but like if somebody brings something to my attention, they're like, you fucked this up, or I don't know. I mean, the microscope's on me all day long, right? So if somebody's like, hey, fuck this up, or this is wrong, give me the opportunity to fix it. Like sometimes people are like, they're like, you fucked this up, and I'm like, okay, I'm wrong, I admit it. Let me go fix it. And they're like, no, we need outrage, and I'm like, whoa, hold on here. Did you just listen to what I just said? It's like they're almost expecting me to say, you know, no, I didn't fuck up or something. My kids do that sometimes too. My kids are famous for that, I should say. The kids will be mad about something, and I'll say, okay, well, Daddy will fix it for you. And, you know, and they're like, what? And I'm like, oh, you're expecting Daddy to tell you no? Or tell you no, Daddies are always right, or some stupid shit like that? But you can't do that, right? You got to give people the opportunity to fix something if it's wrong, or like sometimes they just want the outrage or to grow the outrage. Rather, people make mistakes, right? Humans make mistakes. You have to give them the opportunity to fix those things if you can. A lot of our society is not like that anymore, right? There's a lot of like assassination, like character assassination immediately. There's no repent. There's no like fixing. There's no, especially American culture. I don't think that's always true in Europe, but here specifically in the U.S., there's like, it's like takedown culture. People do it to each other too. You see it with like divorce, and you see it with stuff like I've been married forever. Like you can't say if you out there have been married for 20 plus years, you can't be married with living like that, right? You can't be like apply outrage culture to your husband or wife or your children. If you do, you know what happens, right? They stop talking to you, don't they? Bye. So like people bring that shit into their private lives, right? It's like you can have an outrage culture, let's say on Twitter, right? You can go on Twitter and you can troll somebody. You can be like, fucking you're this and you're that and you're this and you're that, right? You can troll there. You try that shit with your brother. Try that shit with your best friend. You try that shit with your husband. I'm like, what the fuck you just say to me? Here's your divorce paper. You're out of here. Bye. See ya. So I think we're a little bit more of that community, right? Can't do the outrage culture, so I have to like work with people and be like, hey, can't do this. I'm out. We'll talk about it next week. Can we not do this anymore? I still have puts on right now. I got puts from up here. I got puts from right up here. And I left them on too. They were printing pretty well down here. I got my puts are for tomorrow. They're not for today. But I own the market too. So you guys trade your own shit. Don't be trading me. I post trades inside Pro Trader. That's the only place that I place actual trades. And we bloodbath these puts down here. I didn't close them out, though. I'm still on them. You're outraged. Well, we got the lines going here for you. Here's the fucking lines right here. It's fairly simple to see, right? Either my Microsoft is going to the moon. What percentage? Today I've got 100. I've got 100 puts for Friday at 11 cents. That's it. And I need for those to be worth it for me. I need them to print 80. We need to print 85. I thought I posted that in the Discord. So like I would need to have like a crash, like not crash, but you know, I need us to trade 90 and then 85 to make it worthwhile. I'm still catching shit on Jimmy. Is that do I honestly think that we fail up here? No, we got the. Do you guys listen to what I say here in this fucking show? All right, give me like 5 minutes. Take a quick break here. One more minute here, guys. All the butterfly holders out there, they're all watching this very closely. Oh my god. All right, hold on. You guys are fucking hilarious. Hold on a second here. What am I trying to do here? Break time, be right back. Old man, Teme, get rid of that one. So we got like a bunch of there's, I don't know if you guys know this, but like whenever we swing low and swing high, like anyone with a condor or a fucking fly out there is like glued. Like, please don't break out. Just stay in the box. I just need the close. Do not ramp up and out of the box. Yeah, like you buy and sell options to we're range bound right now. We're like range bound to waiting news. We're waiting like earnings at the close, or we're waiting, FOMC data in the morning. We have big data coming out all this week into next week. We got Trump threatening all kinds of crazy shit. We got, pump news when we're at a low. Right? We come into a low and it's like, oh, we got positive news. All of a sudden we're pumping again. And then we get some negative news. Oh, now we're going down into the middle right now. Squeeze it up a little bit in the bell today. Get a bad PC in the morning. Send it right back down again. And you get the Trump crap news on Monday or on Sunday. That's going to be fascinating. I don't know what you're doing this weekend, but get out of the house. Don't turn off the news on Friday and wait for Monday to come back in. Our Canada and our Mexico is going to be mad. All right, so we're going to take a look at last night on private stream. We were taking a look at a specific ticker. We're going to look here at NBS. I'm going to read you a few things about this company. Their today's range is $30 to $33. The 52-week range is 14 to 40. What the fuck is going on here? Hell is going on here? I'm having weird shit going on in the background. What else we got here? So we got NBIS is the name of the ticker. Let me see if I can bring up some data on these guys. Some data. NBIS. Nebius Group Income Statement. So Nebius Group income statement is a financial report that shows the company's revenues, expenses, and profits over a period of time. It is also known as a profit and loss statement or earnings statement. And Nebius Group builds infrastructure for the AI revolution. We are building the world's leading AI infrastructure companies based in Europe, listed on the NASDAQ, operating globally. Nebius AI Studio introduces one of the most cost-effective suites to text-to-image generation with leading open-source AI models. Technology for technologists. I think we talked about these guys once before, and we're going to talk about them again right now. So we've got a ticker symbol, NBIS. Yeah, just a heads up out there. Just a warning to you. ATT lost service today. It was like their Microsoft servers or something. I don't know, like AWS or something like that. But just a heads up, if I do lose you today, I did lose internet this morning. My internet got slow last night, and then I lost it this morning, and then it came back. I searched on the internet, said we were having outages where I live. So if I do lose you, someone's saying I'm losing sound and stuff where they are. I have intermittent internet right now, so if I do lose the stream, it's possible that I lose the stream today. My audio is down. Yeah. 1 minute. Can you guys hear me now? I'm losing YouTube now. Yeah, on YouTube it's saying error, YouTube is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. Oh, fuck. I'm going to try to, I know some of you can hear me and some of you cannot. So what I'm going to do is, if you can hear me, I'm going to reset my internet connection. Just a couple notes here. Don't get fucked around. Don't get fucked in a trap down here. To get up here, we are likely going to need an instigation. I want to show you something really quick. So just note that there is resistance right here, okay? Resistance. Okay? This is 4 o'clock. Swoop up and down. Do not fuck with that. Okay? Do not fuck with that. I'm going to reset this program. I'll be right back with you guys.